Join Planet Fit.
Alrighty, here we go. Got the chat popped out. Hello, Jack. Hello, official. The first thing that we're going to do before we get into items is I want to fix these modifiers because this determines the whole game's difficulty. And we should probably get this cleaned up so that we can really start testing how the game should be played. So, it shouldn't be too hard. We essentially have to look at a few things. We have to look at what each modifier does and which one should get turned on based on what difficulty you're playing on. The first thing I would do is I would rename these difficulties. I like when games have thematic difficulties because I don't know what hard means or what easy means. I mean, you kind of do, but you've never played the game before, right? So I like to describe like a feeling that the difficulty is supposed to be given, right? So maybe normal is fine. I don't know what else I would use. I think normal sounds fine. Instead of calling it easy, I might call it casual. Because you don't want the game to be easy and like cheat to help you, right? But if somebody is not a hardcore strategy player, they may actually be attracted to a casual playthrough versus playing on easy. Easy mode sounds like the game's just cheating. I feel like easy sounds like you kind of gave up. But casual sounds like you're not hardcore and you just want a nice experience. So I think that's better. Instead of hard, we'll say difficult because this is saying, all right, this is going to be challenging. And then maybe the highest mode will just be like master of command, as if to say you've mastered the game, which again, like if I'd never played a game before, I may even click on very difficult because I know I'm good at strategy games. But master implies a mastery at the game, and if you've never played the game before, of course you don't have any mastery in the game, so it almost is maybe a little more dissuasive for a new player, and casual is more persuasive for a new player than calling it easy and hard. Oh god, I wasn't looking while I was drawing that, so there. So maybe that sounds good. If you guys have better suggestions, let me know, but that's kind of what I'm leaning on. And then we have to choose which modifiers get turned on based on these presets. Normal, I feel like maybe should not have a preset at all. I feel like that should be true, because normal should be the way the game is intended to be played without it. I am wondering if casual should enable all of the easy modifiers. It probably shouldn't. But if you did that, then difficult could do a whole row, and then master could have everything enabled. But I feel like that's almost too clean, and that doesn't focus on the actual reality of what these modifiers do. That's just making it look, nice and neat and organized. So, yeah. I think the easiest thing we should do now is let's audit or review what these easy modifiers do, and first figure out, do any of these feel useless, or could any of them be replaced by something that would feel more useful? We have army experience gain plus 15%. I think that's not too extreme. That's nice. There is an army that gets a minus 20% experience gain. So perhaps if that was 20%, it would just negate this fault of that nation in a good way. That maybe perhaps if we do use it for casual, that player is no longer getting this negative modifier there. So, I'll put a note to we can maybe bump this up to 20%. With a question mark. But the modifier itself is nice because being able to gain veterancy and level up your troops faster is good if you're bad at the game. Not bad, but if you're struggling and you need a little help. So maybe we'll do that. Morale plus 15%. Now I think that's fine. The 15 ammo a day buff was wild. Did I change it? I have not changed any of the doctrines that you can earn mid-playthrough yet. I have not done that yet because what we're doing is I had my playtesters get together and go ahead, and they are playtesting every single doctrine and reporting what works, what doesn't, and what's overpowered, what's underpowered. They're doing all of this, which is great. And then they're still not done yet. So there's still a few that needs to get filled in. And once they're filled in, then next week I can focus on balancing the doctrines. But for now, I'm just balancing the modifiers here. Hello, Mr. Maurice de Sax. But this is 15%. I think 15% is good. Campaign movement speed plus 10. I think that should be plus 10%. So that needs to be fixed. And 10% speed doesn't sound like a lot. What I think I would do is I would check how slow you go when you forage and give them enough speed to negate the debuff when you're foraging for food, right? So you go 35% slower. So I almost think you should maybe get maybe just 25% speed here. I think that's nice because you can get around the map faster then. So I'd maybe change this out to a... And we'll see if it's overpowered or not, but plus 25% instead. Start the campaign with double your starting resources. I really like this one. I like that because you can buy things right away then for a new player, and that's good. Movement speed buff, I think, is good. Morale is that one's okay, but it just means your guys are running away less. So if you have a slower reaction time, your guys aren't breaking as easily. So I do like that one too. And experience gain if you're struggling because you have really crappy soldiers. I think this one will make it better. And then loot from battles. I think this is excellent. Plus 2 doesn't sound like a lot, but if I were to fight 3 battles, and in one of them I got 3 loot, in one of them I got 4 loot, and one of them I got another 3 loot, let's say. This one's adding on plus 2 each time, you know? So that's 6 more loot I just got, and these, if each item is worth like 200, 50, 75, let's say 25, 100, 150, this is giving the player essentially an additional 100, 150, 75, 25, 200, 250. You get an additional 600, which is enough to buy like a good regiment. So this will help a player scale faster. So I think all of these are actually very appropriate in what they do. Before we proceed, let's go fix these issues. Let's add the percentages where they need to be. And the way we do that is we jump into the localization document, and we're going to open up the light baggage and just make the correction there. Okay. Campaign movement speed, like that. There we go. And then let's go in and change these percentages. Under the quest graph, we're going to open up light baggage or just light baggage. There it is. And this gives you a move speed of 10. That's not really, I feel like 10, you're not going to notice it. So let's try 25. 25% faster sounds nice. And that's now fixed. And then the quest graph for drilled army is currently providing an experience gain of 15, which again is not really felt. I feel like 20 might be better. So we're going to save that as well. And then we're going to rebuild localization, and now let's go check what it looks like in game. That would be a bit OP. Isn't there already a doctrine that gives you a campaign movement speed? There is. These are modifiers at the beginning of the game that you can enable if you're new and you're struggling. So maybe it makes you overpowered, I don't know. But, and that will need to be tested. But I'm just trying to make the game a little bit easier if somebody was struggling, that's all. He says, so if you make that 20 plus 20% and the enemy gets a minus 15% debuff, then you have the 10% plus the... Yeah, that's okay. There's a million things you are going to need to account for. And in this case, like, I could be... Did I say 25%? I could be convinced to just do 20%. Let's actually go see. First of all, the percentages are now fixed. Let's go in with light baggage. And let's jump in and see if we feel like we're going too fast as it is. And we can reduce it down to 20%. If it's too fast. Need a positive modifier that makes each act longer. And a negative... Right, yeah. I know for sure people want more time in each region. I know that that's a request. We could replace one of these to give you more time, but I almost think movement speed accomplishes that by allowing you to get around the map quicker, and if you can get around the map quicker, you don't need as much time. So I feel like this, in effect, does that. you don't want two modifiers that do the same thing, because then you can enable both and then they cancel each other out, which is weird. Like we have the enemy headquarters grows faster, and then if you had one that says enemy headquarters grows slower, then they kind of counteract a little bit, you know? So I think by default, we should make... Here's what we should do. By default, the headquarters should grow a little slower, so slow on default for everybody. Then on easy, you can move faster, meaning that slower headquarters you can take advantage of. And then on hard, the headquarters growing faster should be increased even more. So the hard players have a bigger challenge. The default players naturally get a little bit more time so they aren't rushed. And the new players can move around way quicker to take advantage of the default slower headquarters rallying time. That to me is intuitive. And what did I want to go check? My move speed. So here's what it is with a 25% speed buff. And if I go forced march, here's what it is. Like that. And we'll catch his attention. Does he? Okay, yeah, he's following me. But I can easily outrun him on forced march. And if I'm not on forced march, I can still outrun him. I wouldn't mind just putting it down to 20%. I feel like I'm not going that fast at the moment. Like, I still got caught there. There's plenty of patrols going around, aren't there? Multiple patrols on me. If I force march, can I get out of there? Yeah. So I feel like... Gosh, I'm sticking to the roads a little too much. I could update the pathfinding a bit, but I can outrun people. I mean, that doesn't seem crazy to me if you want to make the game easier. But I could definitely dial it down just by 5%. And that's light baggage. So we're just going to go 20%. I think that's fair. There. Will there be a custom mode? That would be cool, Jack. We don't have that planned right now, but we've thought about it. Just saw you already have this slower XP modifier. That's great. It's good to feel like you earned your army growth. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do this, by the way, guys, and then we're going to do items. Those are my two objectives on this stream, is fixing the difficulties and then doing items. And that's what we're doing for today. So this is now solved. I'm happy with this at the moment. And then the next thing we now need to decide now is which of these get enabled on casual mode. Not easy, but casual. And you could enable more of them, but what's the default that gets enabled on casual? I would say movement speed is good on casual. I think we should pick at least 3 of these. I think that double the resources is nice, because that is casual. You're less worried about running out of stuff. I think that's nice. And then either, I feel like giving them morale is kind of lame because you're not getting the true battle experience. But then again, if you're playing casually, these affect the campaign. What affects battles to make the battles a bit more casual? Maybe this would. I'm not sure. The other option is we can enable all 5, but perhaps that would be too casual. Do you guys have any opinions regarding what you think the casual game mode should enable between these 5 modifiers? An army experience gain, a morale gain, movement speed gain, double the resources, and extra loot from battles. Do you like the idea of enabling all 5 for casual, or picking maybe 3 of these? We can start there. And Official Me says, I think all 5 would be a bit much. Yeah, a bit. I think so. It should enable only 2. I wouldn't mind if it enabled 3. I feel like morale for battles. I feel like movement speed so you can get through the region quicker. So that's 1 for campaign, 1 for battles. And then either of these would be nice. Morale double starting would be a good... Movement, loot, morale. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement with movement and morale. These 2 are kind of essential. It's really now just between, is doubling the starting resources better or loot? I would imagine, you know what? Like, if you're casual, chances are you just want a good casual beginning, and then once you get the ball rolling, you don't want the game to constantly... This is like constant easy mode. This one is, hey, we're going to start off a little easy. And then once you run out of those resources, you're on your own. It's like temporary training wheels. So I feel like this as the temporary training wheels is better rather than a permanent fixed easy modifier that's constantly giving you buffs even by the very end of the game, which is a bit like that's more than casual. That's just the game being much easier generally. Casual just means like you're not going to be scavenging for resources the moment the game begins. So watch, if I enable, let's go and enable it and see what it looks like with the doubled starting resources. But I feel like that's better because it's less extreme, and a player might appreciate that more. So this is where I'm currently leaning. Let me know if you guys agree. And then the extra army experience and the loot are optional if you want to tag those on as well, but they wouldn't be default on casual mode. So if I go double the starting resources with the basic starting nation, I'm going to get 500 food, about 500 gold, 200 manpower, and 1,000 ammunition. 200 manpower doesn't sound like a lot, but you get 500 free manpower every time you go to a settlement, which is already quite easy. So don't worry about manpower. But we'll get about 500 gold. So let's see what that looks like in practice. Because it's the main issue that new players have is the onboarding, is the very beginning. They get caught by an army that kills them too quickly, and they get overwhelmed in a battle where the enemy has lots of men, and then they also run out of resources and can't buy enough men. Those are the issues. Once they get the ball rolling, once they level up their first troop, and once they capture the first loot, they're good. So we don't really need to buff these, because these are actually pretty good as they are. I think it's mainly these three that they need help with. So notice I have 450 starting resources now. And we'll go in and see what that allows us to purchase from the very beginning. So if you were to go in and actually skip the supply cache at the very beginning, which I wouldn't advise, but let's say you did, and let's say you walk up to the first town and you go in to recruitment. Oh, this place doesn't have a barracks. Interesting. Let's see. This place has barracks. You go in, the first guy's 350 and a Lamolitz is 450. So already you can buy a regiment immediately. And if you were to go and sell some things you don't care about, you have 697, which now allows you to buy, let's say, as Prussia, a new division slot and get yourself a new regiment on top of that, which is a nice little starting push for the player. And suddenly every army around you is now easier. Empanadas. I know you said you want to pick, you just said you don't like the presets. I think there are going to be plenty of players, though, who are intimidated by a wall of modifiers, where you'll want to play with these later. But for now, when you're first playing the game, you just want to click something and jump in. So I would say casual should do high spirits, light baggage, and reserve stockpile. And then normal does nothing. Normal has nothing by default. And then difficult, the difficult one, this one should just like put a little pressure on the player. The intention of difficult is that anybody who is good at a strategy game will want to play on difficult. Master is like, you've mastered the game already, so you're only going to pick this once you've played. That's the intention with. That's why I'm not just calling it very hard, because I would pick very hard if I was playing a game for the first time. If if I'm good at strategy games. But master implies that, okay, maybe I need to work up to that. But difficult, I think you could jump right into if you like strategy games. So what's something that I think I would want the player to have? Maybe even before answering that question, let's look at the difficulty modifiers and see if any of these are kind of weak. Maybe they're not that interesting. Higher tier units are less common. That's not interesting to me. I'm going to mark it with an X. I'm not that interested. I don't really see how that impacts my game that much. Resource and items cost 50% more at settlements. I need to fix the localization for that. But that is a 50% penalty on buying all items and resources in the game, which is pretty massive. But I like that. If the game wants to be really tough in that way, everything is just much more expensive. So that's fine. I added the percentage point. Visibility minus 30%. I like this one. I do like that because just not being able to see things and running into enemy patrols, I like. It also means on forced march, your visibility is really low. So let me show you what it looks like. This is normal, right? In fact, I'll go on forced march just to show you what forced march normally looks like. And then I'll show you what forced march would look like with the visibility modifier. And let's see if it's too strong or too weak. Incomplete maps. Let's try that. It's a bit harsh for difficult. Yeah, I agree, Darius. I agree. I think I would move it to mastery mode only, that everything costs 50% more, because that is extreme. I would almost advocate that what we do is we make the third row more of the extreme stuff, and the second row is more like regular. So maybe on difficult, it picks like 3 of like kind of the regular ones, and on master, it picks 3 of the difficult ones and then picks like 3 of the hardcore ones at the bottom. That's kind of how I think we should organize it. But I'll show you now what it looks like to go on force march with the incomplete maps. So you can compare my visibility. I'm kind of zoomed there. Yeah, you can see I can't see very much. And so I think that's fine. I think this one's cool. Enemy headquarters grows faster. My issue with this is by how much, you know? So let's go open up the quest graph and see by how much is this. Let's open the quest and see inaccurate reports. How much faster? So modify enemy HQ growth rate by value of 50. Now, what does that mean? By value of 50, growth rate, 50%. Let me see. What happens when you attack a fort? Is it a normal battle? Michael asks. The forts are done through sieges that are encounter chains. So you'll get a series of events talking about how you need to surround the fort and how you have to order bombardments, and then you'll have to order a rush into the fort, and it rolls dice to determine if you do it. So you might have to order more bombardments on a certain fort and less bombardments on another, but they're purely strategic, which is actually more accurate, even if it might be disappointing that we don't have big siege battles. We never planned on doing it anyways, but at least sieges are represented in some way in this game now, which is cool. Andrews asks, how much equipment is bought versus looted? If all equipment is looted in practice, doesn't matter what it costs to buy. Well, the cool thing about that is we added item qualities. So you now have a system by which items are sorted in terms of quality. Notice this has a silver glow. That means it's of good quality. And good quality items give like 2 times the buff. And non-good quality items like this just give a standard buff. Loot from battles almost always gives basic loot. So yeah, you could just use basic loot for the whole game, but if you ever wanted to heavily specialize with like a big XP buff or a big morale buff or a big accuracy, that's where you want to go to a shop and maybe sell a few of the basic items and then purchase something that you want to specialize in. And furthermore, loot is purely random. If you wanted to build a division who had the fastest reload time in the game, all the best ramrods, the chances of you getting 4 excellent quality ramrods in a row to equip an entire division with through battle loot is pretty low. And so you may want to go to a shop, save up some money, and really try to specialize and play into a certain playstyle that interests you, whether it's fast-moving troops or fast reloads or very accurate weapons or good charge damage. There's lots of different kind of playstyles that you could lean into, and the shops help you specialize further. There are players, of course, who ignore items and they like to play very wide. So they sell the items off and just try to get as many regiments as they can, even if those regiments have no good modifiers. They just want to overwhelm the enemy. And I know other players who don't like the micromanagement, and they like to give their troops tons of modifiers to make them really sturdy, but they don't have to control as many units. And both playstyles are entirely valid. And I don't find one to be necessarily superior to the other. It's kind of an ongoing debate between people of whether experience with a disciplined army is better or a very large kind of poor morale army is better. Yeah. Let me just check. I'm going to go check real quick what this modifier does. Actually, I'm going to skip it because I'm asking my developer. Inaccurate reports, that's fine. Incompetent NCOs is good for difficult. Yeah, this isn't bad. Combat effectiveness minus 15%. This just makes your troops less effective, which I think is good because you're going to be smarter than the AI. So this is a cheat you can give the AI that is going to make your troops worse compared to theirs. Now, in my opinion, I don't like when games rely on their preset difficulties to have an explicit cheat that is going to make your guys just perform worse or just make the AI flat out better. I'm not a big fan of that. And so I think this can stay, but this probably shouldn't be used as a preset. We shouldn't be relying on just reducing the player's combat efficiency just to make the game harder. I'd rather like the enemy prepares a little faster, or you can see a little bit less distant, or things maybe cost a little bit more. But the battles shouldn't be too affected, I think, by difficulty. On easy mode, it's fine to give you like the player extra morale or something if we want to. Okay, let's go in and what did I want to go check on? Hi, Mr. Cloudy Gaming. You've got a little check mark. Let me look up your channel. Mr. Cloudy Gaming. Okay, 200,000 subs. That's pretty good, man. You're mainly focusing on mobile gaming. Okay, cool. What does combat effectiveness affect? Well, Marco, combat effectiveness is basically like the sum total of all of your melee stat, charge stat, accuracy stat, reload stat. I think it's like all of your combat performance stats. So this reduces all of those things by 15%. I would honestly reduce it by like 25%. I know I'm a little crazy for doing that, but like I don't think it reduces morale, because morale isn't combat effectiveness. Morale can affect combat effectiveness. Like if you had low morale, that will affect your combat effectiveness, but morale isn't a form of combat effectiveness, if that makes sense. Now, out of curiosity, I would like to enable that modifier and go see what this number does, because I may want to make it more extreme and put it down on the hardcore row. Let's look at our next row here. Regiment replenishment rate is slower. I think this is supposed to be minus 50%. I like this one because if your army's regrowing slower, it means if you're attacked, you're just going in with less strength. And if you have less men, that's a pretty big deal. And I do like that one. I like this one as well. I like the enemy HQ growing faster. I like the reduction of combat effectiveness. Provision and ammunition consumption from battle. Well, that's a bit weird to say. I would just say provision and ammunition consumption. And that should be plus 25%. I think that's good because you're consuming more food. I would actually make this plus 50%. Because you're only consuming like 14 food a day. So plus, 14 plus 25% is 17. Well, that's not very much. But 14 plus 50% is 21. Okay, so now that's something that you've got to worry about. So I would bump this up to 50. This needs a percentage. I bump that up to 25%. I would investigate exactly what this does. Grows faster, by how much. I would replace the high tier units are less common. I think that's uninteresting to me, especially if they're already more expensive. Units should be more expensive in this case. Does anything increase the cost of units here? Oh, recruitment cost right there, plus 50%. I think that one's great. Officer fatality chance. I think that one's kind of a fun one, but it's not very necessary. That needs a percentage as well. I may even be willing to advocate that should be plus 50%, because it's very rare for an officer to die. Basically, the unit needs to die for the officer to die. If it's plus 50%, now it's a lot more likely, but I would even say twice. This might be a bit extreme, but I would say twice as likely, like plus 100%, because it's so rare. They can only die when a unit goes down to like 10 or 20% strength. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. Experience gain minus 50%, I think it's good. Unfortunately, it coincides with experience gain plus 20 or plus 15%, and I don't like when two things are identical to each other. So I wonder what we should do about that. So I'm going to put a question mark here on if we should alter this one, or if we should alter this one. What we could probably do is make one of these, make the veterancy upgrade cost +1 to upgrade into things. Yeah, what I would probably do here, actually, is I would say unit upgrade cost is +1. So you have to stay as a recruit longer. This way it doesn't coincide, or it doesn't conflict with the army experience gain, so you could have multiple stacked. Because this one gives you experience gain rate. This one would make the cost of upgrading extra. So I like that as a change. Now, what are we about to go test? We're about to go test what combat effectiveness does. Let's go in and enable that. And we're going to go check that out. Let's also check what enemy HQ grows faster does. So we're going to enable those and hop in. Okay, so let's jump in here and let's see. I love your Armchair History TV videos so much. They are gold. I also played the previous game personally, but it didn't make much, right? Yeah. Well, thank you, Cloudy. Yeah, Fire Maneuver was like kind of more of a learning experience. It didn't do bad. I mean, we made our money back eventually that we spent on it, which is nice, but yeah. I would love to have an option to loose your shattered units as a modifier. That's very interesting, Empanada. That's very interesting. I don't think we'll do that, but that is extremely interesting. Yeah, shattered units count as destroyed units. Wouldn't that is very interesting, isn't it? That would make a battle extremely tense. If a unit got shattered, it's gone. That'd be nuts. That'd be really nuts. I love that idea. I really do love it. I don't think we could put it in unless we want to replace... Oh, I guess we could replace this one, right? Oh. I really love that idea. That's insane. Shattered units are destroyed. So I'm going to consider replacing that. It honestly fits with the picture. Conscript army, when they get shattered, they're gone. We could rename it, but I like the picture that it's like a civilian being handed a gun because they're unreliable. Yeah, that's an insane suggestion, because that would make, for veteran players, especially when you're putting all these other modifiers on, like your recruitment cost is increased, I think gosh, if you lost a unit like that, that'd be really rough, and getting units shattered is a pretty common ordeal. So or at least reverse its veterancy to 0, because losing 70% of a regiment, it's gone. Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to be possible to implement. I have a feeling the programmer's not going to like that. So I'll ask him, but I really have doubts about it. Now I want to go test what the combat effectiveness does. So let's see. Our unit stats plus 45. It's 40. Okay. So I have 40 accuracy. If I go into a battle... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We're skip campaign battles. Yeah. If I go into a battle, my 40 accuracy, let's just save these stats. Let's see what they become by going in. MOC but fire maneuver setting would be peak. Yeah, I think I do agree with that. I love the Victorian period. I'd be definitely down to make a game like that at some point. Let's see what my stats are. So I only have 31 accuracy. But what's my other unit? I don't think this is really doing anything. Combat effectiveness is 100%. So my combat effectiveness isn't being altered right now. Now, I think I have 50 morale. I think what's happening is I need to build morale and test that out again. Because we had a system that I don't like, where if you had high morale, you got a buff to combat effectiveness, but players didn't understand that mechanic. And units don't need a buff. They already get a buff by officers, and they get a buff by veterancy, and they get a buff by items, and they get a buff by the weapon they have, and they get a buff by the base stats they have. And then they're going to get a buff from cover, and then they're going to get a buff from elevation, and then on top of that, you're giving them another combat buff because they have high morale. And then you just get units that are just too insane, right? So I think we should not do that. Yeah, I'm glad we went with the 7 Years' War because the scale does work so well. The scale of the battles were smaller, but not too small. Like, the American Revolution is very small. I could probably do a 1-to-1 scale American Revolution. But the, that's cool. We show the swords now that they're holding and the muskets. Yeah, Prussian Grenadier with 178 reload, yeah. How's everybody doing on this Thursday? Is everybody going okay? Doing okay? All right, let's grab this musketeer. Let's check out his thing now. He's still getting 100% combat effectiveness, and his accuracy is still 40, so that's not really doing anything. Let's see what it's called. Incompetent NCOs. I think it used to be called something else, actually. So what I want to look up is inaccurate reports. Grab that. Pop out the search and then see what this is called. I think it was called incohesive force originally. So I think we're looking at this one that we need to figure out. So we're going to open the quest graph again, check out what this is doing. Incohesive force. There we go. Yeah, combat effectiveness is supposed to be lowered by -15. Modify combat effectiveness data. This is currently not doing anything. Okay. And I would increase this. I'd increase it to like -25%. So what we want to do first of all is go into quest graph. And incohesive force. Really, the capitalization matters? Incohesive force. What the hell? Oh, this is the dialogue graph. Whoops. We got to go to quest graph. Incohesive force. There we go. Let's make that value -25%. Let's save it. Refresh it. Good. And it needs a percentage. So let's add the percent. Done. That one is correct now. Reckless officers needs to be buffed up. Let's open the quest graph. And we're going to make that value 50%. Actually, I would make it 100%, honestly. I'd make it 100% like that. I would bump out of here. I would go into the localization. I would say officer fatality chance doubled. And that's that. This one's fine. 50% to recruitment cost is perfect. This logistical collapse is worded weirdly. So we're going to go to provision and ammunition consumption. We'll say use. just to make it a little shorter. And that's 25%. I think I would make it 50%, to be honest. So this is logistical collapse. And I'd make it 50%. Ammo consumption. Modify food consumption. Well, the interesting thing is, this is a minus. I wonder if this is actually giving you a buff, because the way that that's worded, minus 50% ammo consumption sounds like a good thing. So I bet maybe this hasn't been working this whole time. Let's jump over to what you guys are saying. Will there be another gameplay stream? Yes, we will. We'll do all nations. I agree that I don't want to totally be able to break unit stats to be insane. I do want to be able to... I do want the same unit across multiple runs to feel different. Yeah, no, I completely agree. And in fact, when we change the items today, I'm really going to work on balancing the items, that every item comes with a trade-off. Not everyone, but I want to lean into that more. I think it's more fun to equip something and go, all right, you know what? I want to really get reload, but I'm going to lose accuracy. All right, I want that. I'm going to take that sacrifice. And it won't be a massive sacrifice. It's not as though you lose all your accuracy by increasing reload, but maybe to improve your reload by +6, you have to reduce your accuracy by -2. Just something simple like that. This way, just the way you build items and combine them can create interesting combinations. Let's say you had a cavalry unit that was never going to shoot, so you don't need accuracy. So you stack 3 different items that reduce accuracy but buff other things, and you accept that massive negative, knowing that that unit can never really be equipped with a weapon, but that you're really good at melee, and I enjoy that. So, yeah. Now, what the hell were we about to do? Let's go test the... logistical collapse. Let's open that up and test that out. Let's also go fix any weird double negative stuff real quick. Is anything... The slacken standards we're going to redo anyways. That one doesn't matter. The rest of these are fine. The incompetent NCOs needs a percentage, which I believe I did. Yeah, I did. We need incomplete maps to reduce visibility by a percentage. That's now fixed. Resources under the corrupt commissars needs to also be a percentage. That's fixed. Absent quartermasters needs to be a percentage. That's fixed. And replenishment rate also needs to be a percentage. That's fixed. Okay, good. And then let's check your food consumption. So look, the difficulty modifier is actually helping me. It actually reduced my food consumption. So this whole time, this difficulty modifier is actually a boost. Look, only -4. That's great. So let's go fix that, because that's a problem. Let's open up the quest graph and type in logistical collapse and make it actually be a logistical collapse. And this should be +50. There we go. And save it. And then go in and say +50%, like that. And now let's go rebuild our localization and go test that out and see what happens. All right, let's jump in. I love when collapse in logistics sends more men and equipment to the army. Yeah, exactly, Krieg. Yep. Yep. God, I can't stop thinking about that idea where the shattered units are destroyed. That's nuts. If I did a live stream with Iron Man mode on, so you only get 1 save, you can't reload your save if you make a mistake, and you put on the other difficulty modifiers on, and you lose units if it gets shattered. Oh my gosh, cavalry would be so risky. It'd be so risky. You'd lose so many cavalry units. And then that exploit where you just mass charge enemy units, and if, you know, one of your units shatters, it disappears, who cares? That's kind of gone, because if you shatter one of your units in a risky charge, it's done. And that is really scary. The French would be really tough too. Anyways, let's take a look at the provision. All the percentages are now corrected, which is nice. We're going to fix slack and standards and completely overhaul that one. Yeah, Enot, we are definitely constantly working. We are working every day, every night, weekends included, right now. So, oh, look at that, 12 food consumption. I think that we got it working now because it's normally 8. Let me just double check my math. 8 plus 50% is 12. Perfect, it works. So now that logistics collapse is going to be a real difficult thing to work around. I like that a lot. That's great, we fixed it. Awesome. And then we're going to do items later. Items are going to be really fun, and I want your guys' involvement. I really want you guys to participate. There was one great suggestion. I'll compliment the viewer. 2 days ago, he had suggested we should change it so Bibles. I was trying to say, how could we make Bibles more unique than just giving morale? And he said, what if they reduced the fire damage, because the implication is that some men are wearing their Bibles and it stopped the bullet. And it could be such a small, minuscule buff, right? It could be a 5%. But I love that gamification, that it puts an image in your head. I really like that. And the other implication could be that God is protecting these men, or at least they feel that way, and so they move in such a way that they are more daring to give themselves advantages in combat. But I just love those little changes. So we're going to be doing that today, and I think that's going to be very exciting to work on. Now, the thing I want to take a look at is the slack and standards. And what I'm thinking is that we can copy the code for... we're going to copy the code for the upgrade cost or promotion veterancy. What is it called? Every unit comes with one veterancy. I don't think it's here. You know where it is? You know where it's going to be? It's going to be on... So check this out. If we go and steal the code here, jump into the quest graph, go to the Soldier King Legacy, check this out, unit upgrade cost, and that's going to be unit upgrade cost data, and we're going to want that to be an integer of 1. So now we open up. We open up slackened standards. And you go in and you do upgrade cost, modify upgrade cost, and you go and change this to upgrade cost penalty, and you replug this value into here, and you replug that value into there, and you get rid of that, and then we add that's a single. We don't want that. We want an integer, right? So we're going to do... how do we do this again? Add... I forget. No, what is it? How do you add like a... Oh, right there. We add an integer, and we make that upgrade cost. We change this out and type in upgrade cost, pop that in, put the target into the value and the body, upgrade cost 1, refresh it, save it, go into the localization for our slackened standards, and we say unit upgrade cost, and it should naturally appear as +1. No percentage needed as well. Let's build localization and refresh and see if we need to add the plus, and then we'll see if it works. But my goal is I want to make the game, for the people who know how to play this game well, I want to make them suffer if they... Okay, it needs the plus sign. I want to make them suffer if they've mastered the game. I want it so they don't know if they're going to come out and win, and that every playthrough, you don't know if you're going to win it. That's my goal. Just for those people. Because we have some playtesters, okay? And they're very cocky, and I want them to lose. So... And they love playing with all the difficulty modifiers and going, it's so easy, they don't do anything. Which is true. Half the modifiers were broken, as we saw today, or didn't do much, so we're fixing them and making it harder for them. Now let's go test our change. Okay, so we're going to enable unit upgrade cost +1. And now let's see how much it costs to upgrade a unit. Oh, I went the other way. Because now it's like free, right? So I went the other way. So let's reverse it. Whoopsie, whoopsie. Quest graph. What is it called? Slackened standards? Upgrade cost. -1, I guess? So let's save that and go in and see if that worked. That's weird that it went the opposite way. Will master have all the negative modifiers? I don't know if it'll have all of them. I think what we should do is like 3 modifiers per difficulty. I don't like the idea of just stacking everything on necessarily. Unless we want to add a 5th difficulty modifier that did turn everything on. Maybe there should be a 5th difficulty that puts every single one of them on. Actually, you know, why don't we do this? Why don't we get rid of normal? Because normal doesn't do anything. So check this out. Watch this. What if we remove normal and we did casual, difficult, what could we call it? Casual, difficult. Yeah, Frederican difficulty. I don't know what I would want to call it. We'd be getting rid of normal, though, because it's not a normal just means nothing's on. So I feel like you don't need normal because it doesn't do anything, right? Whereas these are meant to make the game harder. Difficult, say, we'll say, what if we did, like, challenging? I like brutal. Casual, challenging, brutal, and then master. I like that. Master should have every difficulty modifier on. And I like that that's a quick button you can press to enable everything. So people can do, like, master runs. And I like that. I think that's a cool idea. Yeah. And, okay, I'm happy with that. Let's go test out the upgrade cost. Aha, look at that. So now, just getting a basic musketeer now costs 3. So that's perfect. I just need to go into the localization for slackened standards and hardcode because it's a negative and we don't need that. We don't want that, so... There. I'm happy with this now. Why not name the lowest difficulty to something like recruit and have it go up to veteran or officer? I don't know, because that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't mind thematic terminology, and we do have thematic terminology in other parts of the game, but I think in terms of difficulty presets, they should explain the feeling that they'll give. Like, master means you've mastered the game. Casual means I'm not looking for a hardcore experience. But recruit doesn't necessarily mean anything, and officer doesn't mean anything either. So I want difficulties to be a feeling that's evoked, so you can imagine what that is going to be like. But we fixed all this. I think the only thing now is that we don't like this one. You feel like slackened standard should be called conscript army. We could do that. Yeah, because the standards aren't slackened if everything costs more to upgrade, right? So slackened standards we could change. That's a good point. I forgot we changed it, and then now it doesn't make any sense. I would call this conscript army. And then yeah, and then this one where you're handing a musket to a civilian, this one's going to now be, or we're going to try to do, shattered units are destroyed, are destroyed instead of recovering, or how do I want to word that? Get destroyed. How about the shattered units? I don't know. Are lost instead of recovered? I don't know how else. To this, if you don't know what this means, you're like, shattered units are lost. What does that mean? Yeah, I could say shattered. Yeah, our shattered units are automatically disbanded. Maybe you don't need to automatically. You could just say are disbanded. And then the image will keep. That's fine. You're handing the rifle to a little civilian. And then what do we want to call that modifier if we're moving this one to conscript army? What would you call that? That's a tough one. You'd have to be creative. You guys give me some ideas. I don't know. I came up with the rest of these. You could use the word like incohesive forces or incohesive regiments or something like that. I think the art would be better switched. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't want to have to switch the art. I can get new art made. It's not too hard, but I almost feel like, what if we did this? What if we did this? Hold on. What if this image got moved to this one, and then this got moved here? Look at that. Look at them running away. And then incompetent NCOs are handing a civilian a gun, which I feel like that's a pretty incompetent thing to do, right? Is to hand a civilian the gun. Let me just move the art over. What would cause a unit to completely shatter upon its destruction? You could call it like endemic desertion, which would be that the men, when a unit retreats, it's the men shatter and leave. They don't rejoin the army. Because we already talk about conscripts. We already have this here. We have conscripts and incompetent NCOs. It could be like, do we use the word unwilling anywhere? Or unmotivated? I would use incohesive, unmotivated. I would use any of these. Incohesive regiments. So the regiments are, when they break, they're gone. Or unmotivated, so when they break, they don't want to come back. Or endemic desertion, which is to say when the unit is destroyed, the men desert and they leave the army. I wouldn't use any flowery, like, annihilation or the wage of war or something like that. I think that's too, like, poetic. I'd just try to be direct about it. Broken ranks is good. Broken ranks is interesting. It sounds like AI came up with that. That's the only thing. Broken ranks or unmotivated ranks. I think broken ranks is actually quite descriptive. Are you guys getting ads? I'll turn off the ads on the stream. You shouldn't be getting any. I turn it off every time, and YouTube is forcing them on because I guess they're not making enough money. And ideally, I won't have to make any money from YouTube, so I don't want to give them a single dollar. And ideally, I could quit YouTube, not have to do this shit, this shitty job. I don't have to make videos anymore, and I don't have to take any more ad revenue, and I don't have to shout out another fucking... Yeah, I don't... It's just... I don't like it, man. I hate this stuff. Okay, let me turn off the monetization. There. Thank you guys for joining me, by the way. 75 people. That's a ton of people. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate everybody who's written something. I'm checking your chat. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for participating as well. If you chime in, if you like something, if you want to say you didn't like something, it's cool to see you guys all here, and I really appreciate your presence here. Griffin McDonald's is hiring. Thank you, man. I will be joining McDonald's. Let's have a negative modifier about McDonald's. We'll call this one, instead of corrupt commissars with the coins, we'll say McDonald's is hiring. Resource and item cost plus 50%. How's that? We're going to put that in the game, okay? Thank you guys for the great suggestions. Wonderful live stream. Thank you so much. But no, I like broken ranks. I think that is a good one. And we're going to replace... What was it previously called? This one. Conscript Army. Bumping in case you didn't see it, but I think the drunk picture of the soldier of Conscript Army should be incompetent NCO picture. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. It should probably be the case that that goes there, that the conscripts are handing that to the soldier, and that the incompetent NCOs aren't doing their job, and the troops are drunk and less effective. Yeah, I think you got it, dude. I think you nailed the puzzle there. Very good. Very good job on that. Let me pull someone aside real quick. Mr. Sebastian. You are on live stream. Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone.
We made a couple changes to the images that we're going to use for the modifiers.
Okay.
And let's see if I can screen share while I'm streaming. I doubt it, though. I don't know if I want to try. All right. Well, I'm double streaming now. Are you able to see my screen on Discord?
Yes.
So what we're going to do is we're going to change a few things around. We are going to change it so that the images used are swapped like so. That one goes there. This one goes there. And that one goes there.
Got it.
So I'm going to send that over. That's what we're changing. And by the way, someone had such a good idea for a modifier that we got to get Tom to implement this. I said, this modifier here, high tier units are less common to recruit. That's kind of boring, right? That doesn't make the game really hard because you can probably upgrade your troops into high tier anyways. They said, what if when a unit shatters and loses all of its morale, so it hits the 0 morale mark? Because normally you begin retreating at like 5 morale. So shattering is when the UI explodes, right? What if when a unit shatters, it's destroyed? It counts as killed. That's the difficulty modifier. So if you're in battle and somebody hits you, breaks you, and then an artillery shot comes in and your UI explodes, that unit's gone. And I love that. I think that is...
Oh, that'd be a nice challenge.
Good, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got to put that in. We got to get Tom to put that in. I know he's going to hate us for that, but... I went through the rest of the difficulty modifiers, though, and I fixed a bunch of the localization. I tested them. I made sure everything was working, and I corrected a few issues. And then I reported that one thing that Nico didn't draw that black outline around. So we should hopefully have this like fully cleaned up, and we won't need any playtesters on it, because I played through it. I guess the only one I didn't properly playtest was the officer fatality chance, so we'll have to do that one later. But everything will have been tested. I really want that shatter unit one. I really like that idea. So
yeah, it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Nico updated the logistical collapse. I'll update these, switch these around, and I'll push and let you know.
Awesome.
When that's ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. Let's see here. What else did we want to do? Oh, we need to assign. Okay, here's what we need to do next. We need to now assign which modifiers are applied based on what difficulty you're playing. And what we also said is that we're removing the normal difficulty, because normal just means you didn't put on a preset, right? It's the default. You turned everything off. So we don't need a preset for that. So instead, we'll do, I think we said challenging. And what was the other one we used? Come on. Brutal. I like that a lot. And master mode. And so casual is going to get these three. We already agreed on that. Challenging should get... Oh, the other thing we should probably do real quick is go ahead and reshuffle these to put the hardest ones at the bottom. So let's grab everything, put them on a separate layer, and then just put them back into order. The broken ranks is definitely the hardest one. Recruitment cost plus 50% is pretty damn hard. Resources and items plus 50% is also pretty damn hard. Unit replenishment rate, I don't know. Visibility is not too bad. You can overcome that. Combat effectiveness minus 15%. That's pretty rough because your army is just performing worse. So maybe we'll put that there at the bottom. And I would probably say the 50%... Oh, no, we changed this, by the way. All units cost an extra to upgrade. I feel like that's pretty tough. Unit upgrade cost plus 1. And I feel like the officers doesn't really matter. We actually changed this one as well. We said officer fatality chance doubled. I don't think that's that bad because you can technically win the game without even any officers. The officers just make things a little easier for you, but they don't make it so you're never going to lose if you lost an officer. But you can lose if you don't have enough men. Enemy HQ growing faster should be here because that should be pretty much a default for playing on challenging. Ammunition and provision consumption, you can overcome that, so I put that like there. And then the replenishment rate, you could also, if you're not losing many men, you can overcome that as well. That's kind of what I would do in terms of restructuring. And then what I would do as well is let's choose which ones get enabled for which difficulty. Okay? And then we're going to do items next. This is our last step. So challenging mode, which is like, I guess the game's like slightly harder normal mode, is just to add a little bit of spice. It just adds like 3 from the top rack. I don't really care about the officer fatality chance. I feel like that one we can save for the end. HQ growing faster I would pick. Provision consumption I'd pick. You have to worry about food and the headquarters. Those are logistical. And then maybe the replenishment rate so that you need to... yeah, this one affects manpower. That one affects ammo and food. So that covers all your bases. And then this one makes you move quicker. These are like, I don't know, a little less visibility doesn't really do much. And officer dying maybe doesn't do that much as well, in my opinion. I mean, the officer dying is a pretty big deal, but officers can only die when the unit's already taken like 90% losses. So it's just rare as it is. But I would say challenging should put these 3 on. That's what I would do. So let's go here and do absent quarter masters, inaccurate reports, and logistical collapse. Good. Then you get to the brutal difficulty. And now we're going to add on 3 more. We're going to do the recruitment cost. We're going to do the item cost. And maybe we're going to do the upgrade cost. Because again, I feel like this is just cheating. This is just making your guys worse. Which is like, I don't know if that should be one of the basic difficulties of the game. And this one's just way too hard. So I feel like that is the good 3 additional ones. That's what my gut says, is to add on multi-front conflict. Let's check what multi-front conflict is as an ID, if there's a dash. Multi-front conflict. Okay, that one's fine. And corrupt commissars. Corrupt commissars. And what was this one going to be? The ID for that one is slackened standards. Even though that's not what it is anymore, that's the ID. We can always update those IDs later, but for now I think it's okay. Let's not mess anything up. And then the hardest difficulty has everything on. Okay, so we're going to add on the remaining difficulties, which are going to be incomplete maps, reckless officers, incompetent NCOs, and absent quartermasters. Did we already do that though? We already have absent quartermasters. So what's this one supposed to be? This one's supposed to be the shattered. That's so conscript army is what that one is. Conscript army. Oh, good. So now let's rebuild MOC campaign data. And let's go see if that worked and see if we made any mistakes in the IDs. Okay. We have, well, it already broke. Absent quartermasters is not in the dictionary. Okay. We can actually just go fix this real quick because I know what the dictionary items are going to be. Absent quartermasters is actually called inexperienced reserves. And that's now fixed. Let's see if any others threw an error. Yeah, okay, so now let's try that again. Guerrilla operations is also in place of incomplete maps. Multi-front conflict is fine. Reckless officer, corrupt commissar, logistical collapse, lacking standards, conscript. Yep, the rest are fine. And then we're going to rebuild the campaign data. And Sebastian has subtitles ready for me to test, so we're going to check out the subtitles on the first thing. Oh, that's interesting to have to pay a wage. I do like that as a difficulty modifier, is paying wages. So I'll put that as a note under maybe post-release ideas as a difficulty modifier idea. A maintenance cost on units. As a difficulty modifier. Yeah, I like that. Especially if the higher tier ones had a higher cost. That is a good idea. But that's a good post-release thing, I think. What were we about to test? Why did we go into... Oh, we need to test what the modifiers do. So those get selected. Those get selected. And this is missing incompetent NCOs. So let's go fix the incompetent NCOs, and then this will work. which is supposed to be incohesive force. Gotcha. And then incompetent NCOs. There we go. And then that'll work. And let's go update campaign and we're gonna knock out a couple birds with one stone here. People are complaining about France's Toller loss. Can't wait to hear about soldiers' wages. Yeah, I know. Well, this would be only a difficulty modifier. But that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? That you're constantly bleeding cash. Maybe like every week you have to pay the wages. And, you know, you're going to have to come up with more creative ways to spend money. Oh, OH, we definitely sabotaged your playthrough. Empanada came up with a, he came up with an idea where any unit of yours that gets shattered is deleted from your army. It's like, it's as if it's gotten killed, which I love, because if you send your cavalry in and you exploit and you're just mass cycle charging and you get caught by a stray volley and your unit is way behind enemy lines and it retreats into an enemy by accident and gets shattered, that whole cavalry regiment is gone. And I love that so much as a difficulty modifier. I think that's amazing. What was I about to rebuild? Did I already do MOC campaign data? I'll do that again regardless. For OH, it should be on route, not shattered. Yeah, I know. That is funny. Yeah. Anytime a unit retreats, it's just gone. Everyone just dies instantly. What we're going to do is actually test out that the presets work. And then we're going to go test that our subtitles work for the first time on our Rise of Frederick video. So new campaign, we have casual, challenging, brutal, and master. Challenging puts on 3, brutal puts on 6, master puts on all of them, but it's still broken due to a damn ID, incompetent NCOs. I replaced that one. What happened there? It didn't rebuild MOC campaign data properly. So we'll go back in a sec, but let's go into Rise of Frederick real quick and test out our
Ich bin Friedrich, König in Preußen. Als ich die Thronfolge antrat, waren wir ein Kleinstaat. Respektiert, aber niemals gefürchtet. Meine erste Schlacht, Mollwitz, hätte ein Kunststück aus Disziplin und Strategie sein sollen. Stattdessen schickte man mich vom Schlachtfeld. Und Generalfeldmarschall Schwerin, meines Vaters vertrauenswürdigster General, gewann an jenem Tag ohne mich. Mollwitz war meine Schule. Die Kavallerie wurde inzwischen reformiert. Die Infanterie, die ohne mich kämpfte, verwandelte ich in eine Streitmacht, welche niemals ins Wanken gerät. Und diesmal stehe ich mit meinen Männern bis zum Ende.
Eure Majestät, ein Verband österreichischer Grenzer, 2, vielleicht 3 Bataillone, wurden bei der Überquerung der Neiße gesichtet. Scheinbar sind sie sich unserer Präsenz unbewusst.
Dann werden sie nicht mit einem Gefecht rechnen. Wir greifen an.
Cool, I like that. I think here's one thing that's really a shame. The M dashes are used very appropriately, but if people see an M dash, they think it's AI. Like, M dashes is now just completely synonymous with AI. So I'm going to remove the M dashes because it makes it look like the writing is all AI. Even though it doesn't sound like it, I think it's actually quite well written. But it just, I don't know, people don't like it. We were minor power. Respect number of fear, I'll just replace them with commas. They've just that me. Yeah, that's fine. An M dash is like an elongated dash like this instead of doing like that. And it's used in like formal writing. A lot of old writing or legal writing uses it, but now because AI was trained off of that, it just uses it all the fucking time. And now anything that has an M dash is suspicious to be an AI thing, and I don't like that. I wonder if what we could do here is... I wonder if I could color code Frederick to be a certain color. Like, if I added a binder... to make him like a nice like Prussian blue. Like that color maybe? Well, no, that's not. Let me get like a good Prussian blue. This is a bit bright, but I think it's going to work better as a brighter color. Let's try that. Let's try this, and then see if we can actually... Let's see if this works. I don't know if it's going to work. Ah. I think it actually should, though. And then we need to rebuild the MOC campaign data because something happened where it didn't rebuild properly. There. And then we're going to do items finally. We're getting there. We are getting there, guys. I know I'm losing some of you. We're going to get to items soon, and it'll be a nice little collaborative effort.
Ich bin Friedrich,
Look at that.
König in
Blue color.
Preußen.
Isn't that cool?
Als ich die Thronfolge antrat, waren wir ein Kleinstaat. Respektiert, aber niemals gefürchtet. Meine erste Schlacht, Mollwitz.
Let's see what color we want to do. Look how easy that was to color code the text. We're going to color code it so when different characters talk, they get a different color. Let's see when I inherited the throne. Let's see what color we want to use here. I actually like this current color that's being used. I think maybe it could just be a little brighter. Like this. Yeah, I think it should just be a bit brighter. That's all. Binders. There we go. Cool, and then let's just add the binders. It's annoying how this does this, but I'll just do copy and pasting. That makes it easier, doesn't it? And then what color should we make his advisor? Maybe he could just be white. Because the advisor is kind of a nobody. And then if it's like a prominent general in one of the next scenes, we can put it in like gold or like yellow, just make it stand out a bit. But that should be good now. Let's go test localization. Let's check the colors working. Let's check the difficulty preset works, and then we're going to move on to items. I feel like a broken record. I know I just keep saying that, but yeah. Fuck, what did we want to do here? We wanted to change this one, conscript army. Let's go test this. All we need to test is that master mode turns everything on, which it does. It's perfect, it works. Rise of Fire. I think the sounds of the starter are a little high. Yeah,
Ich bin Friedrich, König in Preußen. Als ich die Thronfolge antrat, waren wir ein Kleinstaat. Respektiert, aber niemals gefürchtet. Meine erste Schlacht, Mollwitz, hätte ein Kunststück aus Disziplin und Strategie sein sollen. Stattdessen schickte man mich vom Schlachtfeld. Und Generalfeldmarschall Schwerin, meines Vaters vertrauenswürdigster General, gewann an jenem Tag ohne mich. Mollwitz war meine Schule. Die Kavallerie wurde inzwischen reformiert. Die Infanterie, die ohne mich kämpfte, verwandelte ich in eine Streitmacht, welche niemals ins Wanken gerät. Und diesmal stehe ich mit meinen Männern bis zum Ende.
Eure Majestät, ein Verband österreichischer Grenzer, 2, vielleicht 3 Bataillone, wurden bei der Überquerung der Neiße gesichtet. Scheinbar sind sie sich unserer Präsenz unbewusst.
Dann werden Sie nicht mit einem Gefecht rechnen. Wir greifen an.
We've changed a few things as well. We've changed the cover to be on top of the UI. Another thing we've changed that I think people will like is that we've reintroduced our reload bar. Feels like a scene out of Epic History TV. Well, dude, it was animated by my channel. I feel like out of Epic History TV is a little insulting. I feel like it should be out of Armchair Historian, because that's where it's from. But yeah, check this out. Now if you fire, when they go to reload, they get their reload bars, which is neat. Nah, I'm not actually insulted. I just thought it was funny that you compared it to them before. Cool. I like it. Love those battles with limited numbers of units. Feels like chess. I do like the smaller battles too. I think I would enjoy the bigger battles more if they were a little more challenging, because it feels like the bigger battles, by the time you get to the big ones, you snowball a lot and the AI can't keep up, and then you just kind of turn off your brain and you win. Early on though, if if 3 regiments are dogpiling on one of your guys, it just gets annihilated. But when you have the same number as the AI, it becomes too easy. I think there's some simple solutions to that, one of which is that currently there is a mistake on the AI where they barely equip any items by the late game. They get like 2 items and you have like 6. So the AI is actually weaker than you. Usually it's the opposite, right? Usually it's like, well, we gave the AI cheats, but we have to give them more cheats. Well, it's actually, we didn't give the AI even the sufficient amount to even be on par with you by the end of the game, which is why Region 3 is very easy at the moment. But yeah, I completely agree with OH there. Being outnumbered 2-1 is the most fun I've had. Yeah, I agree. When you're outnumbered, it's quite fun. I think the difficulty is you can very easily get up to 20 regiments by the end of the game, which also can be fixed if we make the economy a little more balanced, and maybe it's a little harder to get to that 20th unit by the end of the game, so you are outnumbered for longer. And I also think, like, there are some compositions in Act 3 that I gave them, like, a recruit unit or something low tier by accident, and they also have low veterancy. If you ever looked, sometimes the AI is going into battle with a badge, a modifier or a veterancy badge of 3 or 4, which is a bronze veterancy, and meanwhile you're in there with a gold badge. So why the hell are they weaker than you? So I think a lot of it is just that the AI cannot keep up, and they're just not even being given the sufficient amounts. The AI has no cheats in this game at all. There's not a single cheat the AI has at all. So when we're not giving them sufficient tools to keep up with the player, then at that point, the AI has no advantage. If anything, they're being given a disadvantage to the player. And with any video game, a player is going to be able to rationalize and strategize better than an AI can. In almost any game, unless you're making something with very defined rules like chess, like a solved game. So yeah, we just need to bring up that AI to just be on par with the player. And make the economy maybe just a little bit more difficult late game. Early game economy is fine. You actually do struggle with the economy early game, but late game economy is too fast. And with those two things alone, I think that puts us in a very good spot. And then me and the developer have been talking about, in October, if we have time, to introduce like a secondary headquarters or something like that in the third region, or maybe multiple headquarters that like will ambush you. So you think you won the game, and then a new headquarters spawns, and now you're like, oh crap, I'm going to go into this battle with half strength. And if you're going into the battle at half strength, then you get that feeling of being outnumbered, and that outnumbered feeling is when the game shines, I think, because you've really got to fine-tune your tactics and make sure you don't make any mistakes. When it's full strength versus full strength, or you outnumber the AI, you're allowed to make mistakes, and then nothing feels very punishing. And now if we pair that with the modifier where your units die if they get shattered, if you're on that hardcore mode, then it's really scary. And then I think the late game is going to feel very exciting. But I think something that's important to be said about this game is that I think the fun comes from hanging on at the very edge that you could lose everything at any moment. That's the fun part of the game. In a way where, and I think it also makes it very fun to stream and to watch the stream, because it's almost as though with a normal video game, someone could easily reload a save, or if they lose a battle in a Total War game, you can fight a new battle because you have 5 more armies, which is to say, it would be as though you're doing a recital and you're practicing piano and you messed a note up, so you're just going to restart the song, and there's no one even watching, so it doesn't matter. And that's what that style of gameplay basically is. You're just doing recitals, and so when you watch it, you're just watching a piano recital. That's not as interesting. However, not to sound pretentious, this definitely sounds pretentious, like I'm it sounds a little conceited toward our own game, but I am just complimenting one feature I do enjoy, despite its faults that I recognize, which is that playing the game the way it's intended with the one life mode, and you only have one army, that is very much like a performance, like a proper performance, wherein if you do make a major mistake, everything's gone. You've lost all of that progress. It's all destroyed. So when somebody watches you, it could be at any moment in watching a stream that the player loses it all. And for the player themselves, when they're playing, you realize that, yeah, you could make a couple tactical mistakes, but those things will compound. And if that catches up with you later on and you're not prepared, and a battle does beat you and you can't recover from it, you're done. And so now the stakes are much higher. And when you combine the high stakes with the attachment that you have to your men, you have this you've got a very deep connection with the army that you're fighting with, and you know everything could come crashing down, and that builds that bond even stronger, because it's truly like a life and death scenario with your brothers, with your army. I think that is something that is the kind of magical part of the game that we've succeeded in. There's things that we failed in for this game. I'll definitely recognize that. That's fine. You're always going to fail things or not create something to its highest, fullest potential by the time it's released. Because otherwise, if you're a perfectionist, you'll spend 10 years on it. But I think that is the one thing that we've succeeded with, and that does make the game fun and interesting to watch and to play, of course, too. So, anyways, let's go to items now, and let's check it out. It's like watching the Minecraft hardcore stream when the streamer's caught out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you can always save scum. I think you can save scum in any game. But I think when people watch you and you're just save scumming the whole time, then it goes back to being like a recital. And yeah, you could go on stage with your big performance, and then you mess up halfway through, and then you restart 5 times, but people are not going to find that interesting. So if you were to stream it, then don't save scum. And if you're to play it for your own enjoyment and you really want to get the most out of the game, you won't save scum it. But at least you won't blame us, like the designers, for the game. If you go, it's too easy, but I reload every time the game goes wrong. All right, well, then it's not too easy. It's that you're reloading the game. So it's not on us. That's on you. If the player wants to make it easier for themselves, or the player wants to cheat, or the player wants to reload the game, or the player wants to enable easy modifiers, then it's their choice to be able to enable that. But if the game, as it's designed, offers something that's difficult and tense, and you play it the way it's meant to be played in that way, and I think in that regard, I don't think you can fault the game as much. Anyways, I'm taking a look at items here. I think I'm going to pee real quick. You guys can take a look at what we have. And we're going to go through and change a lot of these effects and make these items a lot more interesting. So I'm going to be right back. And you can take a look while I'm gone, read some of how they work. I think what's interesting are the the rations especially. So you can take a look at the ration effects and let me know what you think, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. The coffee ration bonus seems a bit counterintuitive, but I see the logic. Let's see. The coffee rations currently do what? They give you a reload skill, and you run out of stamina. Well, the stamina makes sense because you get the crash. You crash when you have too much caffeine, right? You get tired after you have a bunch of it. And the reload skill because you're jittery and frantically reloading the weapon. I could make it so you run faster, but I don't know if people necessarily take caffeine to run faster, but if you have to focus on this task of reloading, which is very monotonous, it's not like firing a weapon, it's putting everything kind of together, then making them a little faster and eager to do that, I think is maybe good. I suppose you could rationalize it in a lot of different ways, though. Ultimately, we just don't have a lot of items that improve reload skill, so you kind of have to gamify it in some ways, and that's sort of what we want to do today, too. Yeah, for gameplay reasons, exactly right. Yeah. What we're going to do, I think, is probably hide the description for now. Unless it's going to screw something up. But I think we can hide this. I think we can hide this part too. Let's just consolidate our columns a bit. We don't need rarity either. Price is good. The weight we don't need at the moment. I'm just going to hide what we don't need, basically. We don't need the icon either. And nor do we need quality. And now we've got everything sort of cleaned up. People do take caffeine to run faster. Yeah, that's fair enough. You do take energy drinks to run. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Canister is fully balanced and fully done. I'm very happy with where it's at. Same thing with buckshot, buck and ball, and all these. I think these are completely fine. In fact, I'm going to mark off stuff that are done in green. The grenades are also done the way they are. Now, we haven't done pricing, but I'm happy with the way these items are. In fact, let's mark stuff in a bluish color, like that, to symbolize that they're done, but they still need to be priced. Add sword bayonets. They're used by grenadiers, elite troops, and light infantry. Yeah, I'm not adding any new content to the game because we don't have time to do that in terms of like adding new art and new effects and a new item ID and then putting it into the dictionary and then adding it into shops and then adding the loot for it. And I don't think we're going to be doing that right now, but I'm open to adding items later on. I think after the game is completed, we can do that. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. We have a lot of bayonet variety, though, as it is. We do have a lot of different bayonets you can use. In fact, the light bayonet is kind of like a... Let's look up this. I could rename it. I could just rename it. But a sword bayonet looks like a sword bayonet. Yeah, we don't have one of these, so no. You don't need to be done. Make the AI equip more items in Act 2 and Act 3. Yeah, I know. I already... Oh, wait, I don't know if you tuned in and out, but I had a whole rant about that in this stream. That the The one thing that's important to note, people keep, I'm not getting mad at the playtesters, but they keep saying the same thing over and over. They're like, yeah, I don't know, man. Something about Act 2. Like, I think the difficulty is just not. And I wrote when I put out the balance or the last update, I said, I have not balanced Acts 2 and 3. All of the items they start with, the units they start with, I put in random placeholder values. So when you're like trying to rationalize, why things are the way they are, I didn't even start on it. Like, it's not even ready for feedback yet. So the AI's veterancy in items is the completely wrong number in Acts 2 and 3. It's not even meant, the game's not even truly meant to be finished necessarily yet. I mean, it's meant to be finished in that I want to see people get to the end, but Acts 2 and 3 are not fine-tuned. Act 1, I like the feedback because it's like, what do we want to do to really make Act 1 feel not too hard, not too easy, get it in the right place. Acts 2 and 3, I know they just need work, so that's okay. I wasn't here during the rant. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So we have improved gunner's implements, improve the reload skill by up to 20. I don't like that. That feels way too high. I feel like by the way, should we do everything in like even numbers, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and so on? Because we have like 5, 10, 15, and if you want to do a little bit more than 5, then it goes up to 7, and plus 7's a bit weird. If we do everything at like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, in those increments, I feel like that's going to be better. So for now, why don't we say a basic cannon ramrod would be 4 reload skill. Then it goes up to 6. Then it goes up to 8 maybe? Or do we feel like that's not enough? It could even go 4, 8, 12. 12 reload skill for an excellent item. That's not bad. Because there's not many artillery items you can get to make yourself reload quickly. So 4, 8, 12 is not bad. And those are all increments of 2. Iron ramrods can be 4. Nah, hit the 2, 5, 8, 10, 12. Do you guys prefer? What do you guys prefer? I'll put a poll. How do you prefer number organization for items? And I'll do, 2, 5, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. I guess, well, you wouldn't go 14. You'd probably go 12, 15. Yeah, 15, 18, 20. It's a little weird because it's not really incrementing properly, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, etc. The original was better? I don't think so, because you shouldn't give someone a 20 reload skill. That's way too much. That throws off the entire balance of the game. Most units have 20 reload skill as their base. So if you equip an item, you double the reload skill. So it's a plus 200%. If you were to put that in percentage points, you'd get a plus 200% from an item. How many games have you guys played where you get an item equipped and it's like plus 5% or plus 10%? We're not working with percentages. We're working with integers. We're adding like actual flat skill integer numbers in this case. So you don't want to go plus 20 because plus 20 is going to double actually, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be plus 200%. That would just be plus 100%. But yeah, for those who are watching, take a look at the poll that I just posted. You can vote on the kind of like number organization that you prefer. If items should increment as like 2, 5, 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20. I think that's how it would go. So you're just skipping. Basically what that is you use even numbers, except when you can go to 5 in increments of 5. So like 2, 8, 2 and 8 are even, but you don't use 4 or 6 because 5 sounds like a nice rounder number. That's what option A is. Option 2 is just to keep everything linearly scaling, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I had a rational thought going into that, but I was half joking. I'm shook by the poll. I mean, what you're saying is not, it has logic to it, right? You're only skipping, you're using only even numbers, but you're skipping 4 and 6 if you have the opportunity to use a 5, which is a nice flat number that people like. Now, I think I lean on just keeping it even, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, because it allows you to linearly progress something a little easier. Whereas when you're going 2, 5, 8, 10, it's a little harder to make a quality increase because you're increasing by different percentages at a time. So it's going to end up with an inconsistent result. That might be a little weird, but yeah. One thing I'm going to test while you guys are voting is I need to see if the grenades are working. Damn, that was loud. Ah. Okay. Let's grab our grenaders. Let's throw them in. Let's throw. Okay, that's not bad. It doesn't do the casualties everywhere else. It kind of centralizes them in a few spots, but it's not horrible. It's a good morale shock to do the grenades there like that. Let's fire at them and see what the casualty distribution is like. Isn't it? Lots of random guys fall all across the line. So I don't think we can really improve the grenades but much more, but it's rare to use grenades anyway, so it's not a huge deal. I bet this will make them rout. Ready, throw. I don't like the way they kind of glide, so that'll get... But yeah, you can cause these guys to rout. I'm gonna charge him. I should catch him. Should be able to catch him. Let's check our fatigue. Are we getting a little tired? No, we're good. We're still fresh. Let's get in there. The enemy's routing. There we go. Shattered him. And now we're getting winded, so you can kind of see we're lagging behind a little bit. And we'll just let him go. Just got some extra kills. What must be done, must be done. Okay. What are you guys voting on? You guys prefer the... I'm just going to go with the... I'm going to try the 2-4-6 thing. The voices are a new addition. Yes, they are. Empanadas. We got the screaming sounds. I think I might... I think I might be able to afford to hire voice actors to shout out commands in respective languages when you order them. I might be able to afford it. So that troops like kind of like call out during battle. Charging sounds like a war cry, like the rebel yell. Well, that is what it is. You kind of have to make it generic. Otherwise, you have to make a unique war cry for every single nation, so... Yeah. They do holler a little bit. They go, ah! So, I don't know, though. I think it's fine. I'm not in charge of sound, and I don't really want to fucking deal with it, so... Alright, let's do... 4-8-12 is good, because you don't have many opportunities to buff the reload of a artillery. I might go like 2-4-6, though, for the Iron Ramrod, potentially. I wonder, though, if, like... I wonder if it went 2-5-8. This would seem useless, though. If you ever get a 2 buff sounds like shit, doesn't it? +2? That's so lame. Like, plus 4, 5, or 6, that's where it gets much better. So I would go like 4-8-12. I think that would be good. What was it originally at? Yeah, I think if we went 4-7-10 is weird, isn't it? So I'd go like 4-8-12. I like that. And then this one, we can go 8-12. Do we want to go 16? That's a lot of reload skill, but it is the best cylindrical ramrod. Now, the only weird thing, I suppose, is that a level 3 cylindrical ramrod at excellent quality is identical to a iron ramrod now, but it's double the price, right? So an easy fix would be to just change the price. We can do that. But is there anything about a cylindrical ramrod that should provide any other secondary buff or debuff? Likewise with the regular iron ramrod. And by the way, if you guys see this, where it's no number, then 2, then 3, it means the number is in correlation to its quality. So no number is basic, 2 is good, and a 3 is excellent. So it goes basic, good, excellent, basic, good, excellent, and so on. That's the pattern if anybody wants to understand more about the context here. And so, how should we distinguish the two ramrods? Because it is kind of lame that they just do the same thing and one's just a little better than the other. Isn't that kind of lame? I feel like if we have 6 ramrods, let's do something a little more interesting. So what else could you do? I'll list the effects that we're allowed to play with. Let's go ahead and create a little dictionary. In fact, yeah, let's create a little dictionary of everything we can do. So we can change reload speed, and all of these can be positive or negative. So we can do reload speed, move speed, accuracy, charge damage, melee damage, cover efficiency, max range, morale. What else can we do? Experience gain, casualties restored after a battle, ammo consumption, stamina, attrition reduction, melee damage received, morale damage received, and that's about it. Okay. The important ones here that affect your stats are these. Those are like stat effects that are baked into the unit's actual attributes. These are unit attributes. Everything else is kind of its own thing. So these are primary, very easy to recognize changes. When you make a change to this, you can see it directly on the unit get changed in real time. Whereas if you changed a unit's ammo consumption, that's a little harder to see. So that's something maybe a little more subtle. So we'll say these are attributes, and then these are kind of like subtle changes. And I will center this a bit more there. There's not really a way I can have this displayed on screen at once unless I did kind of a double monitor setup here. Though I could do this. Let's get rid of that. Let's make this as thin as possible. What we could do is actually put that down there. Here, check this out. Aha! Look at that. Now you guys can see everything. Isn't that cool? We could even zoom in a little bit more here. Actually, we don't need to. Let's zoom out and we can see more, I think. No, this is good. Having extremely expensive equipment should give a morale bonus as the troops would feel well taken care of. That's not a bad idea. I don't want to do too many. A lot of things provide morale. A lot of things give morale. So we don't want to overdo it. It's not a bad suggestion, but we got a lot of items to get to, and that is something that morale is going to be buffed by a lot. Having extremely expensive equipment should give a morale buff. Perhaps get stuck so it packs more tightly, resulting in stamina depletion. Stamina loss. Yeah, I feel like we could... I feel like you could lose stamina with the cylindrical ramrod because it's more... Well, no, it speeds things up. It's just more efficient, actually. So you could probably give a stamina debuff to the iron ramrods, or you could give a stamina increase on cylindrical ramrod. Then you would make these even more expensive. Then they would really justify the price because you get a better reload and better stamina because maybe it's less finicky. Or alternatively, they don't give any secondary effect, but the iron ramrods reduce stamina. But that wouldn't make any... Now, it wouldn't make sense to reduce your stamina. It would only make sense to give it. So I guess the only thing that comes to mind for me is that a cylindrical ramrod can improve your stamina because you're spending less time focused on reload. I mean, that'll happen naturally, by the way. The longer you spend reloading, the more worn out you get. So that's already a mechanic built in, that if you reduce the reload time, it reduces the amount of stamina loss. So that's actually already baked in. But if we do want to give something gamified, I'm not sure. The morale thing, I'm a little bit hesitant toward. But yeah, I guess if you're pushing down, if you push down a lot easier, because the cylindrical ramrod just fits very nicely and snugly into the barrel. It saves you on the tiring motion. So I wouldn't mind doing a stamina buff just to make it more interesting, like an exciting item to look for. And there's actually very few infantry items that provide stamina, so it's not a bad use to do. And it could be very minor, like 2, 4, 6. And now that gives it some justification. Now I still think the price is too high because it's 225. So you're paying like an extra 40 for 2 stamina. That's too high, right? So if we just take the base cost of a cylindrical ramrod and bring that down to like a flat 200, now you're paying, look how nice that is. You're paying an extra like 15 for just the extra little bit of stamina. I could even be convinced to go like 305. Let's see. Let's see what the actual true difference is. Do you pay... It's a $17 difference. I think that's too little. I might even go like that. I think there should be like a $25 difference from that. So let's go 188 plus 25 would be 213. So if it's 213, you just pay an extra $25 to get the extra stamina. That's the difference between those two. So I like that. You're like, do I want to spend the extra money? The stamina is not as important to me. I'm going to skip out. If you spend the 500, you're getting way higher stamina and reload skill. So that seems like, all right, that's a big investment, but that's pretty good. Let's check this one out. 320 versus 338. So it's actually more expensive to buy the iron ramrod than it is to get the better ramrod here. So that's not correct. I am wondering, what do you guys think of this? Let me ask you guys a question. Currently we use a multiplier. So the better the item is, you multiply it. And you multiply it by, I think it's 1.6 and 1.8, something like that. But here's the issue. If an item were to cost 100 times 1.5, it's 150. That's only a $50 increase, right? If the base item cost 250 times 1.5, it's now 375. And 375 minus 250, you're now paying an extra 125. So when you use a multiplier and you have some things at low values and some things at high values, that multiplication really is more felt. If you use addition, then the item that's 150 plus 50 is now 200, and the item that's 250 plus 50 is now 300. Okay, well, that seems fine. So perhaps it's the case that addition must be used, or should be used, to improve the scaling of the items. What do you guys think of that, instead of using a 1.5 multiplier and 1.8? Or should we just try to get these multipliers to work by making the price variety less extreme? Because multipliers are nice if all the prices are around the same spot, but it's not good if you want to have a cheap item and a really expensive item. Because imagine an item whose base cost is 35 times 1.8 for the excellent quality version is 63. That's nothing. And if an item is like 205 times the 1.8, oh shit, it's now almost 400. Or in this case, oh, that's interesting. I think what's actually happening is it's multiplying by the wrong number here. It's multiplying by the good number when it should be multiplying by like that. That looks a lot more reasonable. It's multiplying by the good quality, not by the base quality. So now the scaling looks a lot better. So maybe we do keep the multiplier, actually. It's just these excellent items need to be adjusted. Yeah, getting the multipliers to work is preferable. I agree. They're actually just set up incorrectly. So I'm glad we caught that. Because all the excellent qualities are multiplying by the good quality, not the base cost. So that's why they're so extreme. I was wondering how the hell we're getting a $500 cost. I may have done that intentionally at first because I wanted the excellent items to be more pricey, but why wouldn't I just make the multiplier, the base multiplier, higher for excellent items? So that was kind of a dumb way of implementing that. So I'm going to go make these corrections real quick, and then we'll get back to work in a sec. When will the final devlog come out? Pretty soon. I was meant to do it this week, but as you can see, I'm just so busy. It's a shame because any time spent on that devlog is less time I'm spending on the actual game. So you're technically getting a worse game if I work on a devlog. Which, when you put it like that, kind of sucks, doesn't it? Because I'm not at a point where I'm like, today's easy. I can take time off. Like, every day is this struggle right now to bring this game closer to completion. There's so many things to balance, so many things to do. So we'll see. I have it written. I have it printed out. I just have to actually go record it. Plus, I got my YouTube videos I got to record. And I really hate YouTube, man. I'm really becoming jaded. This is like my little... It's like I'm in a prison and I'm just slowly building the tunnel with this game, just trying to get the fuck off of this platform. And I am hoping I can get there. And if I don't have to do YouTube anymore, I could just make games, and I can make all kinds of Master Command sequels, and make you cover different time periods, and cover so much history, and I would do that for the rest of my life. I could dedicate my whole life to doing that. But dedicating my life to spamming out YouTube content is not... The thing is, if you're 50 years old and you say I'm a 50-year-old YouTuber, it just... There's something about that that just feels... Doesn't that sound wrong? Yeah, I'm a 90-year-old YouTuber. No, that doesn't sound right. So it just feels like it's a young job and not a permanent job. I've done it for 8 years now, and I've made every video that I want to make. At this point, I am no longer making any video I actually really care that much about, I suppose. Like, I've covered all the topics I want to cover. I don't even really know what I want to make videos on anymore. But when I make games, I could generate... I have more game ideas that I would be passionate about making than I have years left in my life to make them. But I do not have... I mean, I have no more video ideas left because you have to make 4 of them a fucking month. So you're just spamming out these videos. And there's just no creative energy. Also, it's just like... Being on YouTube is like being a mobile game developer. And no shade to mobile games, but shade to mobile games. Like, I don't know. I don't like mobile games. I don't like when art is reduced to something overly commercialized and consumable. Does that make sense? Like, it's just like if you spend days or weeks or even months balancing your sound design to be perfect, and then you put it on a phone, and the phone's blaring its speakers out, and it's like, it's these low quality shitty... It diminishes all the work that went into that. So I just don't know. I don't really appreciate the medium of phones. And YouTube is like a mobile game or mobile video engine where you basically need to be making shorts and mobile shit, and I just don't want to do that. What are the top 3 settings I have in mind? I prefer the 1800s, but I like the 7 Years' War. I would say like anything between 1750 and 1880 I enjoy. I like that range of that time period, and I would cover everything in between it if I could. I don't want to go earlier. I know people will want pike and shot. I don't have I have no passion in it at the moment, and I don't want to make something that I don't care about. If you have to spend 2 years on something or more every day and risk everything for it, and work nonstop and just put all your money on the line and all your time, it's got to be something that you care about. If you don't care about it, you're screwed. You have to be kind of like weirdly obsessed. You have to be weirdly obsessed and motivated about it in a way that if you don't care, you're going to completely fail. So you have to be very careful about that. Mobile is an important niche, but everything has its best platforms. Yeah, mobile is its own thing. I'm not motivated to work on mobile stuff. Okay, well, anyways, let's get moving. Let's get moving here. I like the stamina buff. That's nice. What were we doing? We were fixing the prices. Okay, so would you rather pay $320 or $225 for the same buff? You've got to pay way more. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. I'm sure you have a strong audience that purely enjoys game development. I personally haven't watched many of your history videos, but I love your dev streams. Yeah, I'm much more passionate about the development. The YouTube channel is like very secondary to me, but the audience is quite large for it. the audience is diminished a lot, honestly, and I don't believe that if I focused on it more, it would be any different. I think it's just naturally diminished because there's just not much to do with it. So, yeah. Let's see, 320. I wish there was a better way to color code these in these blocks, but these are equivalents, roughly. And you're paying a lot more. Okay, fair enough. Let me look at this, though. This is the basic quality, 213. I'm paying more for that to get the stamina. Makes sense. I feel like the price, though, is a little too high. 213 minus 188 is a 25 difference. I feel like maybe it should be a 20 difference. I know that's really minor to complain about. But let's go like 208. There, and that's going to bring the other prices down a bit. Good, so you're still paying a little bit more for that reload skill. Then we get to the next tier. And you're getting 12. You've got to pay how much more? 312 minus 225. So you're going to pay 87 more to get 4 stamina. I think that's okay. It's a little bit pricey. It's a little bit pricey, but I think that's okay. And with this one, it's 374 ultimately to get much higher reload skill and plenty of stamina. What's the issue here? What are we seeing that's the issue? Something does feel maybe a little bit wrong that you're paying a lot extra for such little stamina in this case. I wonder if we should go like 4, 6, 8, but is that overpowered to get 8 stamina and 16 reload skill? It definitely justifies its price in that case. But I think this might be better. I don't want to go crazy though, because your stamina is out of 100, and you start off with a lot already. Let's see what your base stamina is. If you were a Prussian musketeer, you would already have 45. So it's actually not bad. Getting 8, okay, that's fine. Stamina is not overpowered, you know what I mean? So I think it's okay. If it becomes overpowered, I can always reduce it, but you are paying a lot. You're paying almost 400 for an item. It's like, would you rather have a regiment or an item? So that's actually fine. And the Iron Ramrod itself is 125. Do you guys like the price for that? Is that... If it's worth the price, then the other price is the opportunity cost, yeah. I feel like a basic Iron Ramrod should be 100 flat. I know I'm going to throw off all the prices, but to get 4 reload skill, the most I'd be willing to pay for 100 reload skill is honestly like 85. Maybe even 75, to be honest. For just a basic ramrod for 4 reload skill, I'd pay 75 for that, personally. Which is the same as a gunner's implement, which makes sense. And a cylindrical ramrod to get a little bit... Oh, that's nice. You get a little bit of that reload skill and that stamina. I'd pay more like 150 or 125 for it. Now 225 seems really reasonable. That seems like a great price. It's almost too good. I'd almost make this 150. And now let's see, would I pay... Gosh, I bet I'm ruining this. Would you pay... This is the same... You get the same reload skill, but you get all that stamina, and you pay basically an extra 100 for all that extra stamina. That's a little bit much. So maybe I'd go 145 or 140. That looks nicer. And now here, would you pay... By the way, we're spending so long on this because these are the same item twice. With a lot of other things, look at this, a shepherd's axe. There's no other shepherd's axe. You balance it once and you're done. But we have 6 ramrods. They're all the same. So I'm just trying to really distinguish them and make it more like thoughtful here. Would I pay a premium of an extra 75 for the stamina? That sounds perfectly reasonable to me. And in this case, would I pay an extra 117 to really buff up the reload skill and stamina? If anything, that's a bit of a steal. I would definitely do that. In fact, I may even go... That's good. That I know the numbers look a little bit off, but I think that's perfect for me. And look, you know what the cool part of this is? 75 doubled is about 140. This is 145, just a little bit more, because you're doubling the reload skill and you're throwing on a little bonus stamina. So if anything, it's kind of worth like 150. 225 minus 135, pay an extra 90 for 6 stamina. Nah, I think I'll go 145. Let's leave it at that. Let's move on. We're done with it. Perfect. going to mark these off. All of these are done. And just, I wonder if this would be useful to do. Why don't we mark off every time we use an effect to see how many times they're actually getting used? So how many item types? So reload is currently affected by 3 item types, 1, 2, and 3. Grenades don't matter, they're their own thing, so we're going to discount them because they're like a new tool. Adjusting the whole tower to perfect the view from one window. Ah, Krieg, don't put it like that. Don't put it like that, dude. No, I think holistically this looks good to me. Like 261 for a really good item, that seems like a steal. 145 is roughly double the price of the basic one. That seems very logical. And then 218, you get the 12 stamina. You're paying about an extra 100 for the same equivalent, but you're getting all the extra stamina. This seems good to me. Like holistically speaking, it seems good. The entrenching tool. This one gives you a 20% cover bonus, like cover efficiency. 20% cover efficiencies, that's okay. I'd almost prefer if this was like 25%, but I guess the issue is you can stack this. Should entrenching tools do anything else besides give a cover bonus? I feel like I sell them off pretty often. I feel like I look at entrenching tools and cover bonus and I go, I don't really care that much. I wonder if it should do anything else. You think entrenching tools should slow you down? It could slow you down. That'd be a nice trade-off. I wouldn't mind if it slowed you down if it buffed your cover more. Then I would find it more interesting, because then I could build like an entrenched unit where it just holds a position. Or a stamina debuff is good, yeah. Maybe it shouldn't be movement, but stamina from the digging. That's a good idea. Like, what if we made the cover bonus 25%? That's more hefty. Then it goes to 30% and 35%. I think that's a good incremental increase. And then the stamina loss could be like, by the way, just as a convention, what we're going to do, I had people vote on this. Any item that makes you lose something is going to stay consistent. So if we want your stamina loss to be -4, it will always be -4. It won't get higher or lower. It just stays consistent, which I like. So you lose a little bit of stamina and you gain the cover bonus. The reason we're not going to give the melee buff, Hawkeye, is that's what a Shepherd's Axe does. Because a Shepherd's Axe is an entrenchment tool, so you get a cover bonus, but you also get melee damage. But it's a lot less potent. The cover bonus is a lot less potent. But it's pretty cool, the Shepherd's Axe, because you get to dig in, and if somebody charges you, you can fend them off. So that's where the benefit of that is. Whereas an entrenching tool, you really dig in, but you're going to get tired faster. So the entrenching tool really leans into digging in, and you're not going to be good at melee because you get the stamina loss. But a Shepherd's Axe leans into the melee, but less of a cover bonus. So I like that they're inverted. What I would do is I'd move the cover bonus to the left so they look visually, when you put them side by side, you'd want to do like that so that a player can compare them side by side, you see? See how the cover bonus goes first always? I think that's better. And let's give it a 10% cover bonus since we upped the other one, and go 15 and go 20. So you can get the 20% cover bonus, which is similar to this, but you're getting a 15 melee damage, which is giant. Let's change that. That's too high. Let's go 4, 8, 12. I think that's a lot more reasonable. 12 melee is a lot, though. It's still a lot. Like, at most, it should be 10. And 6 and maybe 2. I know 2 doesn't sound like a lot, but these things add up. And they're incrementing by +4 each time, so you're really going up a lot as you get to the excellent quality. Would I pay a little bit more to get a lot less cover, but more melee damage? And I don't get the stamina debuff. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what you guys think. Which of these items would you prefer? The basic, the 10% cover bonus with 2 melee, or 25% cover bonus but lose 4 stamina? I'd probably lean on the 25% cover bonus because I'd probably notice it more than 10%. 10% sounds too small to notice. In fact, I may even want to move that up because it feels a little lame. There. Now an excellent Shepherd's Axe gives the same cover as a basic entrenching tool. I think that's better. And now these are way more even, and that melee damage is really good. it almost make me feel like now I'd want to do that. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. That. Keep it like that. Sorry. That you pay a little more premium because you're getting 2 bonuses, and now the cover bonus is still felt. 75 is pretty cheap, and you get a 75 for a 25% cover bonus. That's a pretty good trade. I would take that. I think the excellent is not even high enough in this case. It's not scaling very well, so I'd bump this up. So now that's 150 you need to pay for the 35% cover bonus. In fact, that still seems low. For 35%, I would pay like 150. Oh, okay, well, yeah. No, that's fine. You're getting the stamina debuff, so I think that seems reasonable. And with this one, I want the final level to cost like 225. That's my goal. Oh, there we go. I would pay 125 for some extra melee damage and a cover bonus, like double stacking. That sounds okay to me. It's a little bit weak. The melee damage at 2 is a little bit weak to me, but that's not bad. It's not horrible. I could be convinced to actually do like 6, 8, 10. 6 sounds a lot more noticeable now. And that I'd be willing to pay a little bit more for. That looks pretty good to me. And at 125, maybe I would do, would that be a little bit more pricey? Like maybe like 135 would be better. 5, 8, 10. I don't like 5, 8, 10 because it's not linear. I like when things get an even amount better each time because the price multiplier feels like it makes more sense in that case. Do you guys prefer 6, 8, 10? Or do you like 5, 8, 10? Do you think 5 is a cleaner number than 8? I could use 5s instead of 8s. But it does mess up a couple other things. Like the stamina would have to go to 5, 8, 10, I guess. But I don't want it to go up to 10. I think 10's too high. So I think doing 2, 4, 6, it just keeps everything even. It keeps everything clear. I think I'll keep it like that. 5 looks nicer, but I don't think so. How do you guys feel about this price? I know you haven't played the game, so... But maybe to give you guys some reference, a recruit infantry costs $350 to buy a new recruit as Prussia. For Austria, it's only $300. So that just gives you a little bit of a reference point. I think this price is okay for now. I would be convinced to push that up a little bit higher at 145. Now, do you get the... Okay, here's the difference. Do you take the Shepherd's Axe for 15% cover and 6 melee skill, or the Cylindrical Ramrod for 8 reload and 4 stamina? I'd probably take the Cylindrical Ramrod for that over that, because that 8 reload skill sounds pretty nice. But if I was doing a melee build, I feel like the melee build's good, and I could sit in cover and then charge someone. Maybe we'll make it marginally cheaper. Maybe we keep it back to the 135 and keep it at that for now. 16 reload skill's insane. That's actually really high. So, if anything, I would think you would have to charge more for that. Just looking at it now, that number seems really abnormally high. Yeah, the Ramrod's far more versatile. I feel like both Ramrods should be more expensive. Just looking at everything contextually now. I think everything should go up by 10 in this case, at least. And that these should go down by 10 for a difference of 20. There. 125. I'd pay 125 for that. That sounds reasonable. Or you take this for 155. Yeah, that seems more reasonable to me. And we could always adjust this later. I'm just trying to get something I like. Is it giving you stamina? The Cylindrical Ramrod gives you stamina, yes. But the Entrenching Tool actually takes away stamina, and that's why we make it a little cheaper. What do the numbers mean? So stamina minus means you reduce the stamina, the base stamina of the unit. And then a cover bonus at 0.25. If it ever is a decimal, it's a multiplier. So 25%. It's a percentage. So you're getting a 25% bonus from cover, but you lose a little stamina. It costs 75. Versus, for example, pay 85, so a little bit higher. You don't have any stamina loss, but you get a +4 to your reload skill, which would probably give you it would shave off a second of your reload. It's pretty much buying an extra second, which is nice. That adds up over time. If you stack a few other items and you improve that a little bit more, that's not bad. Gosh, this is very time consuming, I know. I'm not getting fatigued by it, but it is time consuming, and I'm hoping I'm not. The stacking is what's interesting, yeah. Part of me thinks that the excellent Iron Ramrod should only give a 10 buff. And that it should look more like that, maybe. And that this should look more like that. That's a 16. Oh, let's go 14, 12, and 10. And I'm just messing around. Just let me mess around a little bit here. Damn, I'm having a really tough time. There's so many... I don't know why though I'm getting stuck on this one. The rest of these I balance so quickly, but this one I'm just wondering how much reload skill I want to give a player. That's what I have to determine first. I think the cylindrical ramrod should be insane. It should give 16. So let's revert. I was just messing around with the numbers. I'm happy with what we had before. Okay, 16 for the best iron. Yeah, that 16 though should cost literally 300. That's insanely good. It's so insanely good, honestly. That should be 306. That looks way more reasonable to me. I know I keep changing this, and I'm sorry. 255, yeah. That this is cheap because it's only 4. This makes sense. 75, but it's losing you stamina. Look, I would pay more for that. 25% cover. I'm going to reduce my casualties by a ton for that. So I think this is an equal choice for me. That would be about an equal choice for me. If anything, that Iron Ramrod's not even that good. But 4 reload skill's okay. The way it stacks would be okay. Would I go like 75? No, I wouldn't. No, I keep that the same. Base recruit has 30 accuracy. Let's see. A base recruit has an accuracy of 15 and a reload for Prussia for 25, which is abnormally high. A guard unit has 45. So if you gave the guard unit... In fact, if you gave a recruit the best cylindrical ramrod, you're going 25 up. So 25 increased by 16 is what percentage? That would be a 64% increase on a recruit, which is why that's so expensive, and I think that's reasonable. Not everything has to be perfectly balanced, too. It's not like it's multiplayer, but I just want to make everything reasonable. This looks good. Get the 15. That looks nice to me. I like paying 125. I'm happy with that. I'm going to approve these. I'm happy with them. A Spontoon gives you a 5% experience gain. That's way too low. That's just not even noticeable. 10% experience is good for a basic one. That's fine. 15% is still a little low for a good one. I'd want it to be 20%, to be honest. And have 30% there. I like that. And I think you should pay way less for a Spontoon because, in fact, Let me just check something real quick. I don't think Spontoon should have a secondary effect. Yeah, I'll take a look in a second. They're under the additional tool category, along with a Shepherd's Axe. So yeah, it's a mutually exclusive choice if you want Shepherd's Axes or Spontoons. The basic one doesn't do anything, but if you get a better Spontoon, you do a little bit of more melee damage. Maybe it could give you a bit of charge damage if it's a really good one, because you have sergeants kind of literally spearheading a charge. Even if it's used ceremonially, it would be intimidating to see these big Spontoons pointed toward you, especially excellent quality ones that are probably embroidered in gold and decorations. I think it would have a morale impact on the enemy, and charge damage is essentially the morale impact you do on a charge. So I feel like this could maybe be charge damage. I think it should give a morale buff instead of charge or melee. You're probably right. It should probably give a morale buff, because it is an officer tool. I think you're absolutely right about that. I don't know why I wasn't considering it. Do you guys prefer charge or morale? If it's an officer tool, it's got to be morale, right? Because it literally keeps the guys in line. That's what the tool's used for. It's not used to fight with. You keep your men in line. Yeah. So, and this could be a small amount of morale. It could be like 4, 6, 8. It doesn't have to scale very much because the experience is what scales. So let's give, we used morale once. We used melee damage. The cover bonus we've used twice. And then stamina we've debuffed, which is red. Did I reduce for anything else? Stamina's been used twice so far. Once for something good, once for something bad. Is this correct? We've used 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 effects so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I've tallied everything correctly. Okay, how much would you pay for an extra 10% experience buff with 4 morale? That's not bad. I would pay for 10% experience gain. I feel like I wouldn't notice 10%. Would you guys notice 10% experience? I would notice 15. I just wouldn't notice that. So let's bump this up. Let's bump everything up by a little bit. I think it should be fun if you can stack 2 or 3 items that give you experience gain, that you can just gain a ton of XP and veterancy on a certain unit. You know what I mean? I feel like, and I wouldn't mind making it more expensive for that reason, but 35 might be too high. I might go like 15, 20, 25%. I think that's probably better because you can stack this with another item that will probably give you 25% and get a plus 50% experience gain buff, which I think would be pretty powerful, right? Especially if you're stacking morale on this too. So that looks good to me. For 15, I would pay like 125. Oh, that's what I have written. That's good. Yeah, would I take a good quality entrenching tool that gives me 30% cover bonus and reduces a ton of casualties? Or would I take a bunch of XP gain plus morale? I'd probably pay more. I'd probably take that. So it is not the only item that boosts XP. There's actually plenty of other items that do, actually. I marked something twice. So something I have to do, unfortunately, is just clear these tallies out. So I accidentally counted something twice. $125 is low, I agree. I would pay as much as $150. Would you rather get 12 reload skill or 15% experience gain with 4 morale? That's a good choice. I feel like that's a good trade-off. Yeah, I like that. You could even convince me to go a little bit higher. Like maybe the same cost as a cylindrical ramrod for 8 reload skill and 4 stamina. But I don't want to make it too pricey. I don't mind some items that are just better to get. Like you want to get yourself a Spontoon and get your officers dressed up and get your men leveled up. So let's keep that for now. I don't mind it being a little bit like on the cheaper end. 150 seems reasonable to me. So let's mark that off now. If it's interchangeable, you wouldn't be able to swap it. Wouldn't you be able to swap it around to quickly level recruits? You can, yeah. And that I like that part of the game, though. I like that you can pass this pontoon around to the recruits and get them leveled up. That's nice. I like that. It's an extra bit of micromanagement that the game rewards you for. I like that if you adjust your items wisely, the game gives you a reward for that. That's nice. Elevation screws give you 5% range. That's nothing. That's really lame. Let's do 10% range for the worst one, 15% range, and 20% range. You could even convince me to go more, but with artillery, percentages are going to be big. Like if your base range is 400, 400 increased by 10% is what? 440. I could have done that math, but anyways, 440 is good. Yeah, that's good because you can get a shot off. You can get that extra first shot off early with that. That's not bad. And if I were to buff my artillery because it's niche, I'd only pay 100 for that, which is actually what I already have. But I like that we buffed the effect because the effect kind of sucked. Would elevation screws do anything bad? Would they hurt the unit at all by having the elevation screws? Would it take longer to set up the artillery? Maybe it would lower the reload speed because you have to actually dial in your elevation for every time you're shooting. OH, I've decreased the artillery range, so you may need to move your artillery now. I've decreased its range, all the artillery ranges. Yeah, I feel like a slight reload buff would be nice to do. Minus, let's go minus like 4 on each of them. Or I could go minus 2. What do you think is more fair for the elevation screws? I wouldn't mind going pretty subtle. You could get a artillery ramrod that gives you 4, 8, 12. So I feel like 2 or 4 is fair. If you got a ramrod, you could cancel out or overcome. I don't think it'd be worth getting if it had. Yeah, I think 4 is too high. I think a little subtle 2 is just a little simulation of the elevation screw just taking a little more time. Artillery, range and artillery matters, but not that by that much. Yeah, I think OH, the one thing that actually this would help with, because I buffed the range it gives, is if you have canister shot. Canister shot reduces your range by, let's see, if I was to fire like grape shot, I reduce my range by 30%. But then if you get elevation screws, you can get 20%. So you only lose 10% range with grape shot, and you're dealing an extra 20 damage. So I think if you use it with the ammo types, that actually makes it more interesting. The other thing I want to tell you is you should not balance to the fault of certain bugs or AI issues. If you balance the entire game around one bug that will be fixed next week or in 2 weeks, now you have to rebalance it once that bug is fixed. So if you're saying, well, the AI is a little too aggressive, therefore it's useless. All right, well, once the AI is less aggressive, then it will be more useful. So we want to balance it to the ideal, balance it to what's ideal, and then when the rest of the game comes together over the next month or two, or even post-release, the items will become more useful. So I like this. I'm happy with this here. Paying an extra 100 for the artillery. I don't know, if it's only an artillery that you can get it, I would make it like 85. Because I feel like, or even 75, dude. 10% range. I'm not gonna, that just gives me 1 extra free shot I get. So I'm gonna get an extra 40 kills. And I lessen my reload. By increasing the max range, by the way, it actually brings your effective range up too. Which means you'll be more accurate once they come into range. Yeah, this seems fine. So these are done. Tompions. I know you want Tompions and gun picks to be interchangeable, but one's if you want to focus on accuracy and one's if you want to focus on reload, and they are mutually exclusive. They're two different gun tools, weapon tools that you could equip that your soldier's going to be specializing in. So I like that they come with trade-offs, that they're different. What I can do is I can make them more different to each other. So 2 accuracy for... I would never pay 75 for 2 accuracy. I would never do that. I would pay 75 for like 6, maybe 6 accuracy. Like 6, 8, 10. That's a bit of a steal though, actually. I'd go like 4, 6, 8. 100. I'd pay 135 for 8 accuracy. And Tompions and gun picks should not have debuffs because they're literally just tools to make your job easier. They're not supposed to make anything harder. An elevation screw is technical. You've got to actually manually adjust the range and operate this new system you're implementing into the gun. But with a musket, putting a Tompion in overnight to prevent the barrel from gaining moisture and taking it out before battle will not hurt you. And having a gun pick, which lets you clear a jam if anything goes wrong, does not hurt you either. I think gun picks should cost $50 and give a small buff. Yeah, they could just be a cheaper version of a ramrod, because right now they don't fulfill a niche. They cost the same as a ramrod does. So I like the idea of having a cheap item. And maybe it's like 4, 6, 8. Would you pay 8 for 9? Okay, 90 for 8 reload skill. What's the ramrod at though? 90 for 4. So now that doesn't make sense, right? The one justification, OH, don't use the history. Let's balance it for what it does, not for the history as much. This is an improved gun pick. That's the idea. Is it's not like your standard issue one. This is like a brand new one that's cleaner. It's not rusted. It's not, falling apart. Many of these things every soldier had. Many officers had spontoons. Many soldiers had ramrods, of course, but the idea is that a lot of these are improved or brand new. Instead of like a hand-me-down from the War of the Austrian Succession. I feel like this is good, and I feel like that's 75. Could you have a gun pick and a ramrod to double? Yeah, you could. You could have a gun pick. I mean, it'd be nice if there'd be some cheap items you can always get. I agree with that, OH. I completely agree with that. This gives you 4 for 85. This gives you 4. Okay, right now they're identical. That's our issue. So maybe we could go 2, 4, 6 so that they're allowed to be cheaper. They're like little cheap add-ons. But I feel like I would just sell this. I would sell this so that I can buy a ramrod. If it's only 2. 2 is so lame, isn't it? Maybe it should do something else? Because we already have a ramrod that gives reload skill, so it's not doing anything at the moment. Unless we want to make it 50, we could do that. That's why I'm saying you could stack them. Yeah, the stacking is not bad. Have them be 2 cheap items you can stack, yeah. Cost 50, gives you 2 reload skill. Stack that with an iron ramrod for 4. Let's mark off that we're doing accuracy and reload, by the way. Would I pay 100 for 6? Or... Okay, 100 for 6 is directly in between 85 and 125, 4 and 8. So the prices are now completely proportionate here. Yeah. I like that it's a little cheap thing that you can get. That's not bad. Just a good cheap equipment to give new units. Yeah, that fills a niche. So I'm happy you guys agree. Let's move on. Also, everyone who's interacting, thank you so much for the help. I like that it's collaborative because these spreadsheets make me want to kill myself. So having somebody give some input, doing this by myself in addition to all the other things is like, Jesus. So it's helpful to have you guys giving input. I appreciate it. I just want to say that. Okay, the cartographer has been replaced by an engineer. It's no longer cartographer. The ID name is old. We just never updated the ID, so that should say engineer. So the engineer provides a cover buff here. And an engineer, he currently gives cover and accuracy, which I like. I think that's an interesting combination. It stacks well, nicely with the entrenching tool, or rather the even the shepherd's axe. You get some cover and melee, and some cover and accuracy. Now you're well-rounded with an engineer and an axe. This gives 25% for the tools, and the cartographer or the engineer gives you 10%. How do you explain engineers giving accuracy? I would imagine what the engineers would do. This is more for artillery, but what you would sometimes have engineers do is they would go out and plant fence posts at different ranges and let people know how to adjust their sights for firing at those ranges. And that's mainly for artillery. But yeah, that was sort of the purpose of what an engineer could do, especially in a defensive situation. The engineer could also set up firing lines, and because he's mathematical, could let you know where you need to be aiming to fire different targets. It's like range finding, yeah. So that's the justification. If you guys disagree, if it's a bit of a stretch to think about that, we can remove the accuracy and give him something else, what a regimental engineer would give. Because maybe an engineer gives you cover and maybe reduces ammo, but that's what the commissar already does. He could increase range. Would that make more sense? You can increase your actual range with your musket, because I actually have no item in the entire game that lets you increase your range on a musket. So it could be max range. What do you guys prefer? Or it could be something else. I'll show you what the engineer looks like. This is the image for the engineer. What do you think, if you look at that image, what do you think he gives you? Reduce attrition? I don't know. Yeah, it would be cool to be able to give him... It'd be lame if he just gave cover, I feel. I feel like it's nice anytime you can give multiple effects to make building an army more interesting. Otherwise, here's the other option, guys. He could just give a cover bonus and nothing else, but just give a really big cover bonus. Would you rather that, or would you rather give a normal cover bonus and then like max range increase? I could also have this redrawn a little bit to be like a pickaxe with a protractor, as someone suggested. Maybe holding a tool would look better, yeah. I could do max range for now. Let's see if people are okay with that. I don't think we'll redraw the image, because it's a little bit of work, but yeah. Also, as of now, every staff officer can be equipped to any type of unit. Should we be more restrictive? Do you think like an engineer you shouldn't be able to give that to cavalry? It's not hard to do that if we wanted to make a restriction. Not on cav. No sharpshooters for cav either. Yeah, marksman for cavalry. I don't know. I don't mind a marksman for cavalry if you want your guys with your carbines to be able to aim pretty well. I don't entirely mind that. I think they should be allowed to go into any unit just so the player has the option to play optimally if they want to. Yeah. The engineer's a bit weird, though, because you wouldn't be engineering while on horseback. I don't think that really works. It's not very intuitive. So, here's what we're going to do. 1 second. I'm going to leave a note and put it in Nico's space to... Now, if I can't have cuirasses on my infantry, you can have engineers on your cavalry. Yeah, I agree. Update engineer art to include a protractor, since he improves range and defense. Also add a requirement symbol that it can only be given to infantry or artillery. There. So I noted that down. He gives a little bit of range and a little bit of cover bonus. And he's giving less cover bonus than either the Shepherd's Axe or the... I feel like he should give the same as a Shepherd's Axe, to be honest. 15, 20, 25. Because how would the axe be more efficient? I feel like it should be the same level at least. And then we'll give him a protractor so he looks like he's measuring out areas for you to shoot, and he allows you to dig in, and that's his niche. And I think we'll do that. I think these should honestly be about the same price because they are doing the same thing, but one focuses more on melee and one focuses on shooting. And look, they are the same price, so I think they can actually stay that way. And we should note that we've used cover efficiency again. We don't want to overdo cover efficiency, because if you stack 25% plus 25% plus 25% plus 25%, you're reducing, you're improving the cover by 100%, and that might make the damage taken a little bit too low. How many times are we mentioning cover bonus? Did I mark it off? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And maximum range, we are now doing twice. There. Wait, they're more entrenched, take less melee damage. The Shepherd's Axe does, because you can use the axe to chop somebody in half, but you can also use the axe to chop a tree in half to set up defenses. So that's its niche. Wooden axes and shovels make more sense compared to the axe and pickaxes. Since he's... Yeah, it could be a shovel instead. Yeah. Let's go to the next thing. We have the Commissar. And the Commissar gives experience gain, which I like. Reduces ammo by 5%. Isn't that lame? I feel like you should reduce ammo by like 15%, and then 20 and 25%. 25% ammo reduction is awesome. If I don't have to worry about ammo for that unit, that's great. Plus he's gaining extra experience. That's cool. 10% experience gain. What's a Spontoon give? Spontoon gives 15%. You know what, though? I kind of want to reduce the experience gain on the Spontoon and make Spontoon more of a cheap item. So what if we went 1, 1, 5, and 2? And it's a cheap little buff you can get. And we make the price a little bit cheaper. Like, I'd almost be convinced that 100 would not even be bad for that. Because you're getting the morale as well. You could even go a little lower at like 85. Or even 95. 95 for 10% extra. I like that. And a little bit of morale. I don't mind that. Is there a non-gilded version? It's no longer called Gilded Spontoon. That's an old ID name. Now it's just called Spontoons. You think 100's good? I think 100's probably good, yeah. And then the Commissar is 125, and he's giving the experience gain at, let's say, 15% instead, 20 and 25. And the Quartermaster really specializes in it. So he's giving 20, 25, and 30%. There we go. So if we're doing a graduated thing, it's the Spontoon, then to the Commissar, then to the Quartermaster. And I think that's good. And the Commissar is reducing your ammo consumption, which is nice. Now, here's my thing. Would I rather pay for 20%, the same price, for a 20% experience gain, or 15%? I'd probably just I'd take the Quartermaster any day. But what if the Quartermaster reduced your morale by just 2 because he's whipping the shit out of your men? You know, like if I open up the Quartermaster here, look at him. He's got the whip. So maybe they're not very happy that they have the whip. So I feel like that's a nice way to counterbalance pushing for that extra experience gain. And it's only -2. That's it. It's actually quite subtle. I could even be convinced to give it a -4 if you want to push your guys really hard to level up, but you're whipping the shit out of them to do that. So I could be convinced to go -4. But yeah, what do you guys think between -2 and -4? This looks good. I like that. That's 125. It is interesting. Just about every single staff officer is like 125. Commissar should be 200. Yeah, I think -4 would be more interesting to me. Because you get a nice... I like having some items where you get something overpowered, but you also get a huge weakness. Not every item has to be like that. I like that we have some items that are like a really tiny buff and cheap, like this one, the Tampion. That's cool. But then I like some that it's like, it makes you think, hey, do I want to sell that, or who do I want to give that to? Oh, if I give it to this unit, they're going to run away way too quick. I like that. And so a $200 Commissar is a little pricey in my opinion. I don't know if I'd pay 200 for 15 experience. Maybe 150, especially if it's also reducing ammo. And for a Quartermaster, I'd probably pay the same amount because I'm getting the debuff. But I'm getting the extra experience, so I'd probably pay 150 for that. And I like that all the staff officers are in a range of $100 to $200. Even if there are other items that are just better or worse, they're their own category. They're mutually exclusive only with each other. So you can add them onto anything and stack it. So I feel like since staffs are actual specialized people doing specialized things, you can get away with making them more expensive, but give them huge bonuses. That's not a bad rationale as well. What do you guys think about that? Do we want to push the staff all the way up into like the 200s and just make their bonuses a little more ridiculous to make them feel a bit more special? We could do that. Let's go back up to the engineer then. Or do we... Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about this? OH is a playtester, and he doesn't like that idea. I don't know. I'm a little split on it as well. You can stack most buffs, yeah. You can only have one staff per unit. You can't have multiple staff. I don't see why I should buff them further. I do feel like if I buff them further, it'd be too strong. Like, plus 30% experience is great. If you stack that with a Spontoon, which you can because they're separate categories, you can get, if you had an excellent Spontoon with an excellent Quartermaster, that's a plus 50% experience. That's already a lot. So, yeah. Yeah. So I think the pricing seems fine here. Pay 300 for that. That seems fine. A Marksman's quite good. I think he should go up to the 150 cost because Marksmen are going to give you that accuracy that you want. And accuracy is just raw damage. And raw damage is like the best thing in the game, so. Have we already counted the experience gain? I completely forgot if we're... It's hard to keep track of, like, tallying everything. Are Quartermaster and Commissar flipped? I don't think so. Let me check. A Commissar gives experience and ammo. Quartermaster whips the men with morale and gives them better experience. Yeah, they look fine. We've used experience 3 times thus far. We've reduced morale. We've reduced ammo consumption positively. Yeah. I think, as a rule, anytime we mark something in green, then we tally. Only when we mark something in green, we go to tally. I think that's smart. These seem fine to me, though. They're in a good spot. Now let's go to the marksman. I like that you get accuracy at the cost of reload skill because you're more careful. That's great. 8, 10, 12 accuracy is fine. I actually wouldn't mind if the marksman went up a little bit in accuracy, but maybe it's okay the way it is. What's a Tompion give? 4, 6, 8. So if that's giving 4 for 75, you'd expect like around 150 for 8 accuracy, which it is. But you get a little bit of a debuff, just a little bit. Which we should keep it at -4 each time. Just keep the debuffs consistent. And 12 accuracy, 150. 16 would be 300. Yeah, it gets a little bit extra pricey up there. 8 accuracy. Well, let's read it this way. 8 accuracy is 150. 8 accuracy is 150. But you have the reload skill issue. So I'd almost go like 145 because you're getting 135 because of that reload skill problem. I go 145, honestly. Because the accuracy is pretty damn good. It makes up for it. I think the accuracy is pretty great. 290. I mean, these aren't mutually exclusive items, so it's not even a fair comparison to look at them, but I think 145 is fair. Let's leave it at that. We can always change stuff later. The Surgeon restores casualties. Now, this is kind of cool because you do get free manpower from that unit if they get hurt, and it's pretty cheap to get a Surgeon. It's only 100, and it gives you... So if I lost 500 men, like 545 guys, I'd get 100 free manpower from that, which probably isn't that much for losing 500 men. So maybe that could be a bigger buff. Maybe like 30, then 35 and 40. So this way, I would gain back 163 of my men. And if I got an excellent Surgeon, which isn't even that expensive for 200, I'd get 40% of my guys back. So I'd get 200 dudes back. Manpower is really cheap, though, to buy. Manpower is cheap to buy. So I'd go even higher, to be honest. I'd make this 50 and go 45 and 40. And the attrition reduction. A high casualty replenishment for a morale debuff since the soldiers are hearing constant screaming. I was almost thinking that you brought the soldier back from injury and now he's maimed and probably less effective. Now, I don't know if we want to debuff morale. We already debuffed morale there. Maybe you'd reduce experience gain because they're getting kind of beat up and you're putting injured men back into the ranks instead of fresh troops. But then again, you're actually maintaining experience because people who would have died who have experience get to come back. So I actually probably wouldn't hurt the experience. It makes sense to reduce attrition if you have a Surgeon, that less men die on campaign. I know that that's not very noticeable right now because attrition's not really working correctly, but I feel like that is the correct answer that we should do once it gets working. But it's not functioning properly at the moment. So, yeah, let's reduce attrition by these increments. I think that's fine. And restore half your casualties. You get 6... Yeah, if I lost 1,200... If I had a regiment of 1,200 men and lost 600 of them, I'd get 300 back. That's pretty nice. I think that's fair. And I'd pay 100. 100's cheap for that as well. Reducing attrition feels needed on at least one of the staff. Surgeon feels like the best one for it. I agree. So just because we marked it in green, now we do casualty restored, attrition reduction. And now we have the chaplain. This one restores a little bit of casualties, which I like, and then buffs a little bit of morale, which I like. So this is the only like main morale-oriented staff officer. And he also provides a little bit of casualty restores, because chaplains were actually often used to kind of read to the men who were dying and say prayers with them, and that may inspire some men to kind of fight on, to have that motivation. So you get just a little bit of morale, and you restore just a little bit of the casualties too. Yeah, I think he can stay relatively unchanged. I agree. Chaplain should provide high morale damage received. I don't think they should take more morale damage received. I think he looks good how he is. He's half as effective as a surgeon. What do they call that when a doctor does, when he talks to his patients, and that's called what is that called? Bedside manner, yeah. I feel like a chaplain would be doing the bedside manner to an injured soldier, making him half as effective as a surgeon, but boosting his morale. So I like that. We could change casualties restored to something else. I just don't know what I would change it to. No, I like this. I like that he reads to the men who are dying. Because we still have Bibles to do. So Bibles can be reducing morale damage received, or even the crosses. We have other religious stuff. So I'm happy with how this looks. And it's slightly more expensive than the surgeon, but that's because he's giving a morale buff. Morale defense instead of just morale? Yeah, I guess so. I guess the morale damage received instead. He could do that. Do you guys prefer that instead? We could do morale damage received. And how does it currently work? -4. Let me jump in and see how the hell does morale damage received work. I don't understand this. 4 what? What is 4? What if I made this... Also, why is that, -10, okay. Sorry, let me just check something. -50. Let's try -50 and grab this and give it to a Prussian musketeer. Then copy the stats of a Prussian musketeer and give it to a drilled musketeer. So now they're identical, except one has a cross pendant and one doesn't. And then we're going to have both of them take a shot and get hit and see what happens. I just don't even know what the hell it does right now. And the enemy is going to be the same unit twice. And no AI enabled. And then rebuild unit and data. Quartermaster could increase morale damage. I think he just decreases the morale generally because it's not like he's whipping them during the battle. It's that he's whipping them after the battle, so they're just kind of less motivated going in. They're a bit miserable. It's not like when they get shot, though, they get more scared. If anything, if this Quartermaster was there and disciplining them, they'd get less scared when it actually comes to battle. But they probably have worse morale going in because they're less motivated to begin with because they're being treated poorly. But being shot at is the one thing they're being trained to prevent the morale loss of. So we're going to grab both units who currently have identical stats, one of which has the minus 50% morale damage received. And let's have 2 Austrian Fusiliers fire at them. So if this guy gets shot, it goes like that. And if this guy gets shot, he's already lost 1 morale. Just keep that in mind, because he got scared the other guy got hit. He goes like that. So it seems as though, yeah, that is definitely very helpful. But you'd probably want this to be like, I think plus 50% is good for the excellent quality. Yeah, it's 50 means 50%. And I like that for the excellent quality. Now let me revert my changes there. And now let's go back. So yeah, you'd go minus 50 for that. Let's go back to the morale damage received for a chaplain. Honestly, though, if the cross, I feel like the cross pendant should be morale damage received. Just trust me on this. I want to go morale because you have no staff officer that increases morale currently, so it's got to be morale, in my opinion. We just got to do that. And then when we do the cross that you wear around your neck, that reduces your morale damage because God is with you, literally on your person. Whereas the chaplain's not talking to you during the fight. So like, it'll come a time where we'll do the morale reduction, but it's not. The chaplain boosts the morale because you go into battle feeling safe that God's looking over you after the chaplain just gave you a speech. Then you carry that with you. So I feel like that's just better. So yeah, just trust me on that. 12 morale is a little bit much, but you get 12 accuracy there, so I think that's fair. I'm honestly going to put the morale first because I know I want it to be lined up, but the morale is the bigger stat here, so it just looks more impressive, and that should come first. And casualties restored is good. That's done. To me, that is done. Yeah, we already marked that off. Does the price of an item change the odds of it spawning in a shop or battle? Not really, but I can change, like if I go to templates, look, I can change the weight of something spawning based on category. So if I go, look, the staff officers are really pricey, let's not drop them. Look, I have them at negative 10,000 in battle, so you can't drop a staff officer in battle because it's not something you would loot off of a dead body. But at a shop, they get a bonus weight to spawning, so that at settlements, that's where you would hire a staff officer. So I can alter that. Yeah. So that's all done. Now we move on to field musicians. Musicians give you little speed buffs. We don't want to go too heavily into speed buffs. I know 2 doesn't seem like a lot, but you can get boots and gaiters and canteens and haversacks and all these things that are going to make your guys feel more like fast. And a musician keeps your pace up, but I feel like I don't want them to be flying through the battlefield. Now, one thing we could do is musicians could improve stamina because you have like cadenced marching. So you're not like tripping over anything. You're all moving together as a unit in a rhythm. So it could do that. But I feel like morale is better. Morale plus movement speed is better. Now, we have 3 types of musicians. We have foreign musicians that play oboes, big drums. Think of it like huge Ottoman Turkish band drums. They show off a little bit. Bagpipers is just to get you fired up to charge in. And then fife and drum is just like your standard. Now, as it stands, the musicians are pretty cheap, and they give you a good morale. So you want to get musicians early, which I like because I want to hear a bunch of battlefield musicians. I don't want it to be rare to hear fife and drum on the battlefield. So I like that it's a little cheaper. 75 might be a little too cheap Because to get 8 morale, you need to pay 188 in this case. Yeah, you can stack speed buffs way too efficiently. I think a field musician just costing a flat 100 is much fairer. And a foreign musician being 125 is good. And a bagpiper at 125 is also good. I think the foreign would be less morale effective, but be better at the cadence because the big drums, I assume. Yeah. I could change its morale buff to stamina and move speed. But right now I have a pattern that all musicians improve the spirits of your men because they're listening to music. And then the secondary effect is what changes. In this case, the foreign musicians make you go faster, but you have less morale. And the field musicians don't make you go as fast, but you have higher morale. They're like inverted. I think field musicians should increase stamina. Yeah, it could. It could do that. We don't have a lot that adjusts stamina, so it could. The funny thing is that would let you sprint more, but while you're sprinting, the music doesn't play. So that. I mean, you could say the same thing about move speed, though, but I don't know. How many other things do we have affecting stamina, though? We have haversacks doing it, and canteens doing it, and gators. I think I prefer the movement speed. Foreign music feels more impactful, you're saying. That you get, what? A little bit of a morale buff, but a big movement speed. Yeah. I'd honestly change these movement speeds to be a little less extreme. Like 4, 6, 8 is better. Because getting 10 movement speed makes you as fast as cavalry, and that's not cool. I don't like that. And I don't mind if the top musician gave you like 10 morale. Or field musicians should do reduce morale damage received instead of giving morale. Yeah, it'd make the foreign musicians make your troops a little more tanky. It is interesting because foreign musicians were only given to like the guard regiments for parade, and you don't want +2 morale in a guard regiment if the guard regiment already has 80 morale, because +2 is nothing. But if you reduce morale damage received by a percentage, that 80 morale is going to last you the whole battle. So I like the fast movement speed, but maybe the morale damage received is reduced. By like -20. So you could go I'd go -20, -30, -40. So you can get hit and you're moving quickly and the guys aren't getting scared. Still saying bagpipes would give a charge damage. Fun game. Yeah, they do. They do give a charge damage. By +10, which I think is nice. And morale +8, that's great. Excellent, bagpipers are great. I think these look good. Musicians are pretty nice. They're pretty effective. But I like that they're cheap, because you can just get these effective morale buffs by just playing music. And music isn't too expensive, and I like that. And these are pretty common items. I made them pretty common, so you can pick them up as soon as the campaign begins and listen to some nice music and get your guys motivated. But yeah, I would say as a rule, if you guys are unsure what's the difference between just having higher morale versus taking the morale damage received is better for elite units. Because if you have 100 morale and you reduce the morale loss by 50%, you keep 100 morale way longer. That's super impactful. But if you already had 100 morale and you gained +4, the percentage increase is so small. You're just, as soon as you get shot, you're going to lose that anyways. But if you're a weak unit with only 10 morale, and you get to reduce that by 20%, it's not that much. But if you have 10 morale and you get to increase it by 10, you just got a 200% increase on your morale. So cheaper units benefit from a straight-up morale buff, which makes sense, right? The foreign musicians are very fancy. You give them to the fancier elite units, the guards, and you give the regular field musicians to the cheaper units you just need to give quick motivation to. I'm pretty happy with all these. I'm going to mark them off. So we just did a morale and movement speed. We did a morale damage received and movement speed. And we've done a morale and charge damage. There we go. All right, moving on. Look how many we've done so far. That's plenty. Still have a lot more. Some of these we don't have to do, though. Like the pelts are... These you don't do anything with. So they're done. These I might need to look at. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any that are already done. No. This might be like a 2-day operation, honestly. It's pretty time-consuming. Let's keep going, though. Let's see how much more we got. I got 45 minutes on my timer, and then I think we'll stop at 45 minutes and finish the rest tomorrow. That's how I'm feeling. You crossed off melee damage received. Yeah, I did it wrong. You're right. Good catch. Good catch. Improved cartridge box. 10% ammo reduction. That's nothing. Give me like 20%, and I'll care about it. And then 25 and 30. And make them cheap, too, I would say. And then this one, give me 30. In fact, it's weird that this goes 30, 40, 50, and this is going increments by 5. That doesn't make any sense. Also, standardize the morale or the stamina loss. I'd say -4. And then the ammo consumption. What do we do with the other ammo consumption? We go -15 with the commissar. I feel like a big cartridge box would definitely do more than that. Yeah, you double it with the big basic big cartridge box. I go even 25 for it, and then 30. Having your ammo consumption is pretty good, though. I do like that. Like, I'd be convinced. I could be convinced to do that, or even move speed instead of stamina makes more sense. Being weighed down, I suppose. Yeah, true. True. Cartridge box gives a flat increase to ammo. It kind of does, Delrin, because if you reduce ammo consumption by 50% and you brought 100 rounds into battle, that means you can fire 150 rounds. And everybody gets the same amount of rounds. So it is pretty much just giving you the increase. The issue is just like artillery and infantry give different amounts of ammo, and same thing with like the carbines, and so percentages is easier than doing flat amounts. What we need to figure out, though, is how to make the improved cartridge boxes down here seem more interesting. I'd go 0.15, 0.25, 0.35. So the best improved cartridge box is a little bit better than a basic large cartridge box. And maybe these give a slight stamina debuff, but they don't. So you get worn out a little bit because you are carrying extra ammo on you, but you're not actually weighed down. This one, you're carrying such a big box that you are weighed down, so maybe this would just be a stamina debuff. Is that dumb, do you guys think? That they kind of have different trade-offs? Or do you think it should be clean, that they reduce less ammo, but they don't have any downside? Is the cartridge versus cartridge box typo known? Yeah, it's known. It's already fixed. Ammo reduction on artillery is kind of useless. Yeah, then artillery needs to consume more ammo then. Let's go fix that. If it's not. Let's go see what it currently uses. That's a good point. I can go like double the ammo usage. It would be nice if artillery actually ran out of ammo, because then it's not going to just get you free kills the whole game. You'd have to be a little more strategic about using it or buy an item for it. Let's see. If I take this artillery, put it on the hill, fire it off, we just used 3% ammo per shot. What's 100 divided by 3 is 33, so we get 33 shots before this thing is done. 33 shots times 25 seconds is 825 seconds. 825 seconds to minutes is this thing can fire for 14 minutes straight without running out of ammo. Most battles probably end in like 10 minutes. So you're not... I think this should run out of ammo in 10 minutes, not 14. I think it should have 10 minutes of ammunition. What do you guys think? Especially because you can start getting items to make them fire faster, but then you're going to get a sacrifice then. So... let's make an adjustment. Okay. So one shot brought us down to actually 98%. So my math was actually wrong. Let me build items and try that again. 98%. Let's see how many minutes that would be. Shit. What did I mess up? Morale damage received is not found. Okay. Okay, somewhat annoyingly, my fucking developer doesn't know how to spell the word received, so he always puts the I before E. Yeah, so we have to go fix that. And by fix it, I mean purposefully use the typo so the code works. And funnily, it's only morale damage. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that again. Bro's getting fired in front of a live audience, yeah. Sorry, that was me. I left the call. I don't know if my volume's on. I was muted in an empty call, so I figured I'd just leave it. But yeah, I use 2% ammo per shot, which is really damn slow. Did it not fucking work again? Are you kidding me? Oh no, it works. Hold on. There we go. 98 to 97. Okay, we're getting closer. We wanted 14 minutes to... We want to change it. Now we want to change the ammo consumption by an additional 30%. So 12, 30% increase of 12 would be 15.6. So we'll change this to 16. 30% increase of 16 is what? 20. And we'll go 25 for that. There we go. It's kind of cool because the French artillery that have more batteries are going to run out of ammo faster because they get extra cannons. So you really need to get the limber chests for your French artillery, which is neat, that different factions need to focus on different items. That's cool. Make it so you run out of ammo at the 7th or 8th minute mark, otherwise cartridges will just be an obsolete item. Yeah, I agree. I think, though, like, here's the thing, OH. Every time I've increased the infantry ammo consumption, everybody immediately complains that after firing for 15 minutes, why would I run out of ammo? And so I just always dial it back every time everyone complains. But then I just say get a cartridge box, and I think the issue is it's probably just hard to get everybody cartridge boxes. So it's... Thing is, you have, like, 18 artillery, you'd need to get 18 infantry you need to get cartridge boxes for. If you have artillery, though, you only need to get 2 limber chests. So it's much more reasonable that artillery would run out of ammo than infantry. There we go, we used 96% ammunition now. So 4% ammo. So we can fire 25 shots in 25 seconds. So 25 would be 10 minutes. So right now, based on this change here exactly, you'd run out of ammo in 10 minutes with a basic gun that doesn't reload particularly fast. Should I increase that even further, you think? Just to see? I can increase it a little bit further, because you're probably gonna have a supply wagon too in the back. Test it with a higher tier cannon. Yeah, good call. Let's try that out. Reload time is 37. You know what, though? A 6-pound gun reloads pretty damn quick. It reloads at 42 seconds. I'll bring in an... No, yeah, I don't know. I think... The thing is, the higher caliber guns actually reload a little slower. The Geschwindigkeit is the only one that reloads quick. I'll bump it up, and we'll just see what happens. We'll just play it. We'll let playtesters get in, and if they complain, then we can make adjustments to it. But I like, you barely have any items to get for your artillery. It'd be nice to feel like you need to work towards getting a limber chest if you want to, like, really abuse artillery and use it so much. So let's keep it high. Let's keep it at a high amount, and we'll dial it back if we need to. And then make the limber chest really good in reducing ammo. Cartridge box, 15%. Make it cheap. I would only pay 50 for that, to be honest. I really would not pay much for it. And for 30%, plus I lose movement speed. I guess the only thing is, like, this one gets you Let's say like yeah, the one here is it puts more thought into increasing the reload speed when you get the option. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Would I buy 120 for 35? Thing is, do I want an extra 5% reload speed or reload consumption fix for losing 4 of my speed? Hell no. I'd bump that up to 3.5, 4.5, and 55. Or maybe even 3, 4, 4, 5, like that. And this way, it's cheaper, but I lose... Yeah, I only have to pay 80 instead of 100. And I just lose a little bit of speed. Maybe maybe the move speed debuff should be a little less extreme, but -4 seems like a lot. I just wouldn't debuff myself that much for ammo consumption, which isn't that big of a concern. And I don't want to change it so that ammo is constantly running out and you need to buy 15 cartridge boxes. So I'll make this -2 for now because I just don't think it should be that much of a trade-off. It should just be a little bit slower. Yeah. And a limber chest reduces by like 25, 35, 45. So these are like bigger increments. And for ammo, for an artillery piece, maybe it's 100. And that seems fair. You would have to invest 200 to pretty much guarantee your artillery is not going to run out of ammo. Maybe you should have to invest maybe a little bit more, but I don't know. I think it's fair. And then the large limber chest is going to be -35. Look at it this way. Would you rather get some decent items for your artillery or recruit a unit? The answer is almost always recruit a unit. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would solve that, though, really. Like, a unit is always going to be... The thing is, if you make units more expensive, then you definitely don't want items, because you need to sell so many items to get a unit. And if you make units really cheap, then if I've got money, why would I spend 100 on a cartridge box when I can buy 2 units? Artillery items should be cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, we could make it 75 instead, and just see what happens if we do that. It's a cheaper item. And just make the movement speed less punishing at -2. In fact, artillery barely moves, so you could probably go -5. Because it doesn't even move anyways. And this is your only way you can get your to fire this long. I do that. So that's 3 items that do ammo consumption reduction. 1, 2, 3. 2 items that affect move speed negatively. 1, 2. There. And now we go to haversacks. Now, haversacks let you carry more food. If you can carry more food, you are going to be hungry less, and you got more energy. So that gives you stamina. And you're happy because you get to carry extra variety of food. So I think this makes perfect sense the way it is. Just the numbers are a little weird. I feel like I never go for haversacks. They never really appeal to me. So if it was like a 4... What do I normally do? How I increment? Sometimes I do larger leaps. Like this is like adding 4 each time. In this case, though, I wouldn't do such large leaps because there's a secondary effect. So I'd go like 4, 6, 8 because the stamina is also equally going. I like that. You get equal part stamina to morale. Thing is, I just wouldn't buy this. Typically, like 4 morale is not that much to me. Bagpiper 6 charge damage with 4 morale is good. I like that. That 125, and you like get to listen to the music. I like that. You always use haversacks? Okay, that's good. Maybe I've just not been using them enough. I'll keep the price at 75. I mean, that seems pretty cheap. And now this actually reduces a little stamina, but it lets you get even more morale. Because you're carrying around so much damn food. I almost feel, though, like, that it shouldn't do this, you know? I almost feel that you fear to bear. What's your name on Discord? What's your playtesting name? Large haversacks need to be changed. Yeah, what do we do with the secondary effect? Maybe the stamina just increments slower. So it's 2, 4, 6 instead of 4, 6, 8. And then the morale increments a little higher. So it's like 6, 8, 10 instead of 4, 6, 8. Yeah, OH, if our we have to decide on a convention. Should large items slow you down? And it seems like large cartridge boxes slow you down. Large limber chests slow you down. So in this case, should large haversacks probably slow you down? And probably not by too much. But they give you more morale here. I like this. 10 morale for only -2 move speed sounds great to me. And this is 125 versus 113. You're paying more for the same morale, but you don't get the extra bonus. So it seems like the price is almost flipped here. That this should be like 100. But God, you could really, if I make the morale higher though, you could get, if this was 12, you could get 12 plus 12 from a chaplain plus 12 from musicians. So you get 36 morale. Let's say you had 40 already. You're like over 70 morale just from 3 of those excellent items. Are there many other items that give morale already? There will be a few. So it's dangerous, the numbers we're using right now. I wouldn't want to go to 12. I think 12 is going to be too much just for a haversack. So let's move this down. Let's say this haversack is like 85. Because you're getting the extra morale, but you're losing... Honestly, they should be like the same price, right? Because it's like, do you want them slightly higher morale but lose your speed? Or just slightly lower morale but get the stamina? It kind of seems like a fair trade-off with both of these. One's just bigger and one's just better. Like that one's more spacious, maybe a little bit, or preserves the food better. And this one you can just fit more stuff in. So I feel like that's fine there. So we got 2 things that affect morale, and 1 thing that negatively affects stamina. Sorry, positively affects stamina, and 1 that negatively affects move speed. As you can see here, we're stacking a lot on morale. What's cool is ammo consumption's not gonna. There's not many more items that can affect ammo consumption, so this is fine at 4. But we're starting to see morale is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items you can get that can boost morale. And we've got lots more. So this by the end is going to look something like that, and that's where morale gets dangerous because you can really start stacking it. It's not a huge deal because morale doesn't make you fight better. It just keeps you longer on the battlefield, and you do want late tier units to last longer in the battlefield. So, because people are going to get shot up more. And if you want to do a trade-off, what you can do is you can make the morale damage higher early game. So even if you didn't lose that many guys, your dudes run. So that when you finally improve morale, it doesn't mean guys are fighting to their death. Excellent large haversacks and excellent improved haversacks shouldn't be the same price. I think they should. It's not a... regular ones are much better when excellent. Oh, you're saying excellent... Let's see. 8 morale and 8 stamina, or 10. Yeah, you're actually right about this. You're right, man. My bad, my bad. You're right. You're right. What should we do about that? 12 morale is going to be so fucking insane. I don't know if I like people just breaking 100 morale so easily. I guess we could do this, 2, 4, 6, because you're getting the stamina, and stamina matters more now. And it's so cheap. It just feels like 2 morale isn't that noticeable. Just remove the large haversack price? Remove. Reduce, okay. Thing is, it's all based on a multiplier, and I like the consistency. There's a little bit of OCD there that I like the way it multiplies up as it goes. You know what we should do, though? Why is the stamina increasing more and more? Like, why not just do 4, 4, 4? This way you're incrementing your morale, but the stamina isn't changing as much. This way, it's a little more even. To get the 2 extra morale. But... yeah, I would imagine the large haversack should be more expensive. I would do like that. And then I would do like that. This to me seems more logical. Like, would you spend 170 getting the 10 morale with a little bit of speed loss, or 150 for 6 morale, and you just get something safer, like a little bit of stamina. That seems more like balanced. And now the large item seems like it's bigger and heftier. And it just depends if you're going to be running a lot. If you're sprinting a lot, you want the improved. If you're not sprinting and you're holding your ground, you'll want the large. So I'm going to leave it like that for now. I can always go back. What I want to do is I want to be OCD and let the multiplier do the work for me. And then when all the dust is settled and we play with this, then we make fine-tune adjustments and break the formula anytime we feel like we want to take control of the number. But I don't want to start micromanaging the numbers until, look how much more work we have. So I feel like that should be something we do in the polishing stages where we're dusting everything off at the end. That's just I know I'm being a little OCD about the numbers, but... improved canteen. Now we have a canteen difference. This should be like -2 each time. 28 stamina is nuts. I don't know where I came up with that. I think it's because stamina didn't matter as much before. But with canteens, let's go 4, 8, 12. I think that's fair. And with the large one, we can go 12, 14, well, 6. We could probably go 16, 20. 20 stamina is pretty nuts, though. I feel like the best canteen should be like 16. That's what my gut's saying here. Let me go 8 for this one. And then this 4, 8, 12, 8, 12, 16. That's good. Now, the issue is going to be that why would you take these? I would say this middle one should be slightly cheaper. Let's go 100 for that. These are the same price now, which isn't good. So what if it went 85? Now that's 128 versus 150. That makes more sense now. But 170 versus 150. Yeah, I think that seems reasonable. And I'd love to give it like a little morale or something, but I don't want to keep adding more morale stats over and over again. But let's add stamina here and move speed. That's what we've done. That looks good to me, yeah. Now we got saddles. Saddles are the weird one, isn't it? Because you were saying, like, would you pay... Look at this. Would you pay similar pricing? Let's actually find... Yeah, look at this. Similar pricing for pretty much the same move speed, but lose 8. So that just seems horrible. Now, would a light saddle... I feel like light means agile and quick. You're moving quicker with the light saddle. Heavy means it wears you down, but it's sturdier and lasts maybe longer. How do you guys think it? Like, I like that you get to basically trade. Do you want more movement speed but less stamina, or more stamina and less speed? I feel like the heavy saddles should be slower. So like 6, 10, and I don't mind doing big jumps for saddles because we want cavalry to move fast. So this is a good thing. And 14. And then the light saddle should be like 10, 14, 18, plus 18 move speed. That's too much, I bet. I bet that's too much. Let's reduce everything by 2. There. Let's reduce all that. Just for now. We might be able to bring it back up. And then this one, you kill your stamina because you're sprinting so much at -4 each time. And the heavy saddle, you're actually gaining stamina. And we'll say +4 each time. So let's compare this case and this case. These are equivalent. Light saddle for speed and stamina. Heavy saddle for speed and charge. Maybe you're right. Maybe we lean into the charge a little bit more. You might be right about that. We have how many things have affected charge damage so far? 1 thing. So maybe you're right. But look how many things have affected stamina. You could already give them like canteens and shit. So you might be right about that. Weight is better for momentum going into a charge. Yeah, you're probably hitting... If you saw someone in full armor with this big saddle and a big horse and everything looks heavy, that's scarier probably. So we could give like 2, 4, 6 stamina, and then the move speed could be a little bit worse. There, so you're still gaining move speed. It's just a little bit slower than the light saddle, and you don't get the stamina. Instead, you get the charge damage, which is more interesting for a cavalry. I don't like losing stats with saddles. I kind of agree with you, man. I kind of agree with you here. And so we can go 2, 4, 6 again. But yeah, so look, you're losing a little bit of your move speed, but you're gaining charge damage, and charge damage is arguably better than stamina, which is why they're equal, but because charge damage is better than stamina, that's why you get a little less move speed. So let's look at these two examples. Would you rather get the 16 move speed, outrun the enemy, and outrun them for longer, or you move a little bit slower, but when you make contact, you hit them harder? Like, the heavy saddle looks a little more attractive to me, which is why what I would probably do is, assuming they're both 100, I'd probably make the heavy saddle maybe like 120 instead. Even like 125 could work, but let's see. These are pretty close to each other. So would you rather pay the extra 30 and you get a little less of the speed, but you get the charge damage? That seems like a good trade-off. Maybe you'd even say 125. Yeah, the charge damage is better, which is why you're paying an extra premium for it. I think that's reasonable, right? We could go even higher. We could go 150 for the heavy. But yeah, if you're building a cavalry unit that's going to chase down people, then you probably want the light saddle. Here, how about this? Let's go back to 125. And what if we made the move speed just a little less impressive? So now an excellent heavy saddle is equivalent in move speed to a good light saddle. Which, when I say it out loud like that, that sounds reasonable to me. But look, you're paying way more for that because you're getting the actual damage off instead of just this little stamina buff. At least they'd be a bit more different. Like, a basic heavy saddle is half the buff as a basic light saddle, maybe. Yeah, like 120 might be more reasonable of a price now. I want you to think, do I want to go fast or do I want to hit hard? But if the move speeds are literally just 2 points off, I want to hit hard and go fast. If I pick the old one, I will never buy a light saddle. Why would I ever... Oh, I really want the extra 2 points of move speed and do no charge damage. No, that's lame. Like, I think there should be some sacrifice made, because if it looks like this, I will never take a light saddle. Why would I ever dump my move speed by only 2, increase it by only 2 and lose all my charge damage? Well, that's I don't like that. So I would bring down that move speed so it's a real tough decision. Increase the stamina 369. The only thing about that, this is OCD again, we've never used an uneven number ever before on this sheet, besides for numbers like 25 for percentages. It's never been done. So I don't want to break a pattern. Like, I would rather just, if it's a consistent pattern that we've done across like 50 items so far, let's not break it yet. So I could be convinced to do like 468. And then now they're both 120. And now would you rather pay for half the move speed but get the charge damage? In this case, the light saddle looks more attractive, doesn't it? Because look at that stamina too. That's nice. Only 2 charge damage isn't much. If I increase the move speed on the on the heavy saddle, I would never pick a light saddle. The heavy one now looks worse, but here's my issue that I'm pointing at. Like, a 2-point difference in your movement speed. Let me show you guys, because you're not understanding my point here, so I'll draw it out. You have a cavalry with 45 speed. You have another cavalry with 55 speed. You have a light saddle and a heavy saddle. This one's giving 12, that one's giving 14. This one also gives you 8 charge damage, and that gives you like some stamina. Right. I lose 2 move speed? I don't care. Look, I already have 55. Like, that's way more attractive there. Make the light saddle cheaper. Yeah. Okay, that's true. If it is just cheaper. Yeah. Okay, there's a point. There's a point there. There's definitely a point if we made this 100. That looks pretty clean. Now look at that. Do you pay the extra 40 for the charge? Wow, that's a lot of charge damage. Okay, this seems maybe more reasonable now. I would do this. I think that sounds better. Hey Kel, I'm doing a little stream. How are you? Welcome. I'm about to take it. My timer's going off in 8 minutes.
Is your stream done then, or do you have more to do? Because
I think I'm...
could take him, because I'm gonna run.
Why don't we take him together?
Tiny run.
Why don't we take them together?
Okay.
No? Why not?
No, just because it's starting to get dark, and I don't think I can do both walk and run before it's dark. So I can take him.
I'm wrapping up in 5 minutes though. And we can go together. Is that okay, or do you not want to wait? Or are you saying you were gonna run with him, or what were you saying?
Well, I was gonna say I only have like 45 minutes of daylight.
Yeah.
So if I want to run, I kind of need to do it now. But since
Why don't you run and then I'll walk him now?
True, or I could just take whatever's easiest for you. If you'd like to walk him, you can, and if not, I can just.
I'll walk him because I need a little break.
Okay.
So you're gonna do your run.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I would like a little break.
Maybe we should just do it together. I'll let you finish.
We'll see. I'll finish my stream. We'll see how we feel. Okay? It's only 5 minutes.
Can I give you this package? It's yours.
It's soap. Yeah, you can just put it on the trash can. Cool. Alright, yeah, I'll be done in a sec. It's going from 2, 4, 14. You fucked something up in the charge damage. I did, you're right. 2, 4, 14 is nuts. Yeah. It should just be like 6. This looks like a nice trade-off. How are you guys feeling about this right now? I feel like the light saddle is now more attractive, actually. If this was like 4, 6, 8, yeah, to match the stamina, at least that's better. And then go 120. I like this. I'm happy with this. I'd be ready to finalize it if you guys are too. And then this will be our last thing we balance. Then I'll walk my dog. Why is this broken? Uh-oh. That is not good. Oh gosh, it's not. Of course, I just closed all my stuff out and I needed this. God, that sucks. I can't open it. I can't open it and I lost all my stuff. Look how tiny the box is and I can't even close this out. Oh, there we go. Well, I already closed out something I needed, which sucks. It's actually not that bad. No, I didn't need it. We're good. I saved the one thing I did need, which was this. I don't know why I did that. What's the little 4-point dice symbol next to the share button? I don't know what share button you're talking about on my screen. I'm not sure. This is something we don't need. That's something we don't need. Don't need that. Does this make the light saddle cheaper? Do you get my point? I'm not sure what you mean. Why 120? Keep it 10, 10, 100, 100. I don't know. I don't mind the heavy saddle being a little more pricey. You would expect a heavy saddle to be maybe a little more. I'm happy with this. If we can always change it if players think that one item is better than the other, but I want to go and where's the tools? Gosh, what a glitchy. There it is. So we did 2 things for move speed, 1 thing for charge damage, and 1 thing for stamina. Okay, so here's where we're at. I'm going to pick this up maybe tomorrow, or maybe I'll continue tonight. Would you guys like to continue this with me. Or I don't think I want to launch another stream again, though, so... So I may finish this on my own. If I finish this on my own, I think I'm good to make judgment calls on this stuff. I don't want to overdo it with the streams, so... I'm going to make judgment calls on these things, and we'll let the playtesters play. And we'll see what they think after all the changes are done. And that's about it. So thank you guys for joining. I will see you next time.